Hello everyone, how you guys doing today? I'm glad to finally have y'all here to do this stream. Haven't done one of these in quite a while, but we're definitely going to have a lot to talk about today. As you can see, we're going to be covering everything from World Creator and the whole process into Unreal Engine and all that setup, setting up the landscape sizing, Z-scaling, textures, and all of that. First order of business, can you guys hear me okay? Everything looked pretty good. I just want to make sure because I haven't done YouTube streaming in quite a while. Just want to make sure it sounds decent for everybody. But in essence, we're going to get moving forward pretty well here soon. Loud and clear. Wonderful, wonderful. I have the whole thing sort of not, because YouTube does this delay. It has 3 different categories of quality settings. So I think I counted it last night. There's probably a 9-second or so delay by the time I can see the text and respond and you hear it. So if it takes me a second to see you, then yeah, I'll definitely get into it. Hi, nice guys. Deadly sent me here. Oh, you guys are so kind. Don't think I've ever seen a sort of Twitch raid via YouTube style. So, holy smokes, we're just rolling in, aren't we? So, if you're from Deadly's chat, this isn't sort of any gaming necessary. It's sort of world building. We're gonna basically design. Let me just jump into the session for today's scope. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to create a simple landscape in World Creator 2024. That's right. We're upgrading to 2024 real soon. I think within a few weeks. I believe that's about when it might come out. But the whole process we're going to be doing today is relatively going to be the same in World Creator 2024. Nothing different is going to be changing in terms of the landscape creation process and in terms of how it syncs over to Unreal Engine. But we have a hefty amount of new people here, that's for sure. So how is anyone, I guess the people that came here for this session, I guess what I'd like to know is what everyone's sort of output is. Is your industry the gaming industry where you're an indie dev, or is it the gaming industry like you're doing AAA stuff? Are you doing sort of content, or if you're doing landscape creations in a group, are you doing landscape creations as a single user? Because sort of how we set everything up is going to vary a little bit differently depending on which sort of outcome it is. If you're doing things like ArcViz, or if you're doing concept art, yeah, gaming and concept art, that's a good one. And hey, Sean, Deadly, thanks for hopping in. Glad to see everybody trying out something completely different. We have quite a few people that are coming in from a Deadly raid. Didn't expect that. Kind of knocked me off my rocker here. But yeah, so depending on what your overall output is, depends on how we go about setting all this up. Because if you're a single person trying to create a landscape for, cinematics, or if you're in previs, how you design the landscape for the game or for the engine is all going to be very dependent on who you're going to be working with. If you're in a team of, say, 5 or 10 people, it may not be too big of a deal to have a very simple setup. But if you're in a huge team, there's going to be different pipelines to make the whole process a bit easier for organization and management and stuff like that. So after we create the landscape in World Creator, we're going to go over the 2 different export variations. A lot of people are having trouble with the bridge tool, and that's the syncing operation going from World Creator to Unreal. It also works the syncing operation for Cinema 4D, I think, Blender, Unity, and I can't think of the other one, right? The other one. I think there's 4 total. The other method, which is sort of my preferred method, but I'll get back to the 2 different variations here, is the manual method where you export all the maps, You do everything sort of independently, and you import all of those into the engine individually. After we do all the importing, we're going to create your sort of typical method for a material landscape. Creating a landscape material in Unreal can be very sort of challenging at first, especially with trying to understand the whole process, how to set everything up so it works or really displays correctly. So what we're going to be doing is making sure you understand the most simplest basic terms of getting your exports from World Creator to appear correctly in Unreal Engine 5.3. 5.4 comes out later this year. I can't tell you when, presumably really soon. But once there's some new landscape stuff coming with Unreal Engine 5.4, and we'll do another live session where we're covering that workflow as well. So there's not going to be two major differences, but we'll definitely be covering that. Hey, Polynomial, I was hoping you'd hop in here. Glad to see you come in. And the last thing we're going to try and touch on, if we have some time, which we should today, is the PCG introduction. So that's the Procedural Content Generation, and that's the game changer. If you want to make a game with epic landscapes that have all of this sort of procedural nature, so you don't have to worry about an individual blade of grass. Because I envy the person back in the day that had to place grass blades on a landscape as big as something like even in Escape from Tarkov or Horizon Zero Dawn. The PCG workflow, is going to be sort of something that I see in almost, it's kind of a must almost in every game going forward. You know what I mean? Anything that you can do procedurally is going to help the pipeline. Bonus stuff, I do want to kind of show you some landmass stuff, particularly patches. That's really cool. And this last note here that says creating a landscape material using method 2, I'm probably going to skip that for another live session, and I'll get to the reasons why in just a little bit. So real quick, I want to show for anyone who's brand new to understanding how landscape exporting works from World Creator and importing it into any application. Not even if you take Unreal Engine 5 out of the mix, this applies to any other DCC application. So if we go to, if I can click, all right, so here's the general workflow. You create a terrain in some application. In this case, we're obviously showcasing World Creator 2024, but in essence, any terrain application, whether it's Houdini or the TerraGen, whatever the other ones are, you create the terrain and then you export the different height maps. You export the height maps, the normal maps, the splat maps. The splat maps will represent the different materials that you have designed for the terrain, which we're going to go over. And if you have anything like, roughness or specular, whatever the maps are, you export those. In any DCC application like Unreal Engine 5, Unity, Cinema 4D, Blender, 3ds Max, or even Houdini as well, whatever the application is, you import those, and it's in that application where you blend all of these maps together to produce higher resolution textures. So there is some confusion, I think, with how they think World Creator is going to be sort of what gives you those really fine-grained textures within the application that you export. And though you can do some really high-level detailed stuff, at the end of the day, you're going to want to create the materials and textures within the DCC application itself and use the splat maps that you've created in whatever terrain design software as a mask to generate those final images. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Because like I said earlier, we have an immense amount of things to cover today. So I'm going to try and cover it in its basic understanding, and we'll go from there. So now let's hop on over to World Creator 2024. And so here I have it right here. We're going to create a new project. And I think World Creator is in the chat. If you have any questions specific to World Creator 2024 or the upcoming scope, then definitely ask questions in the chat. I'm going to periodically look at the chat and try and find questions that pertain to this lesson, even though I'm very happy to see people from Deadly's chat in here to see a little bit of something outside the scope of games. So for you folks, this is in essence one of the basic foundations to game creation or VFX creation or anything 3D involving environments. So imagine for you folks creating a landscape for Escape from Tarkov, in this sort of environment and being able to watch Deadly play on it. So that's just a little extra there. One cool thing that I wanted to point out that's brand new in World Creator 2024 is, and we're going to showcase this a little bit, is under shape layers, we have finally rivers. We're going to talk about rivers. We're going to talk about the polygon layer. Before we dive into this, I want to kind of mention a quick housekeeping thing. Is if you can't watch all of this stream, that's fine. It's available immediately after the stream is over. You can rewatch it. But I am recording this in 4K, 60 frames, all that stuff at a really high quality, and I'm going to splice this up later. So instead of you guys having to filter through, the YouTube chapters on a 3-hour plus long stream, I'm going to tailor each segment by its own topic for a separate video in this same playlist. That way you can just cherry pick which video that you want to watch, and it'll be a very high resolution clip of this live stream. So one question. Let's see. Does the part of the world building process also involve the inclusion of assets like static objects, etc., or is it exclusive to landscapes? No, we're going to, once we get later into the PCG part, that's definitely going to involve some static objects. Static objects within World Creator isn't in yet, but I know it's in the pipeline. So imagine within this application here, if you've got, if you want to place static objects on a slope that's, between 45 degrees and 70 degrees, like rocks or something, you can, and then eventually you'll be able to export that out as points, which is how PCG kind of works. So in essence, what I would do with World Creator is if you've got, say, and we're going to do this here today, is show where something like grass is going to be. We're going to create a splat map of where that grass is going to be, and we're going to use that as a mask in Unreal Engine to kind of say, hey, anywhere this pixel of grass appears, I want to put a static mesh of grass. Does that make sense? Although with grass, we'll get to that in Unreal Engine, but it doesn't have to be any collision. Let's see. No, that's not a pile of anything. So this... for people that are brand new to this is World Creator 2024. It is a procedural landscape terrain generation and design software. So much like Photoshop, you've got different biomes and layers that you can sort of set up however you want to design the terrain. So in this case, say if I add a filter, which filters are sort of effects that kind of change the shape of the terrain. And I know that all of my World Creator people are going to be able to be like, yeah, we know. But, oh my gosh, this is a little different. But let me turn on fast render mode. So you can see instantly the terrain has changed to an arid, to a rocky plateau. This is before, this is after. So we can seemingly stack several of these up. We got the talus filter, lower the general strength. So these are sort of different effects that can populate the terrain in different ways to create whatever we want. We can mask information out, we can put information in, et cetera, et cetera. One aspect that I definitely want to show that in regards to Unreal Engine is your very first step. So let's start, let me just clear these out real quick. And also, if there's any questions in regard to what I'm doing in World Creator in terms of the workflow, you can definitely ask that in chat and I'll try to answer those. But if you haven't, I'm going to kind of assume that some of the World Creator people here have at least seen my beginners tutorials to kind of showcase this user interface and how things like biome layers or shape layers, all this stuff in this stack kind of works. But I'll still talk through it. So some of it for you World Creator people might be a little bit redundant, but hey, that's what we're here for, is sometimes redundancy is good. So the first step here on the very top layer is the terrain layer. So these terrain settings here sort of establish your size. Now, how do you know what size you need that terrain to be? Well, Unreal Engine on their website, everyone refers to the landscape technical guide, which is going to break down all of the recommended terrain sizes that you could go for. But there's also some math in there because since Unreal Engine 5, they've sort of expanded the full max size of a terrain. I think you can go up to like 132K in terrain size, which is basically this landscape size here. 131K is seemingly very close to Unreal's max terrain size. So this is gargantuan. I don't even know how to describe the length of time it would take to walk over that. But what we're going to do, if I can focus back on the terrain here, if you don't want to have to deal with figuring out what the recommended sizes are or doing the math to figure out what the terrain size needs to be, just let Unreal tell you. So I've got just a starter map here of Unreal, and let me actually just hide this landscape. So in this drop down box, let's just go to landscape mode here, and let's go to manage and new. We're going to create a new landscape. So I'm sure a lot of you have seen this setup. This is the full setup to creating your size inside Unreal Engine 5. But right here where it says overall resolution, Unreal will tell you pretty much what your size has to be. So if you have something like, I want it to be, let's just pull this slider up. I want it to be, something like as close to possible to 5K. So let's just increase the resolution to something like that. So right now it says 4915. I'm just going to copy this over. And then now your landscape is 4915. And so this value is the value that you can use in World Creator to kind of start off. Hey, Dan, nice to see you guys. In here, really enjoy Painting Practice's latest and greatest works. Really fun stuff. So yeah, let Unreal pretty much tell you what the size needs to be. If you know sort of a target range that you want to be at, Unreal is really good about telling you which sizes. And of course, with the math section size and the sections per components will also sort of increase that value. Like I said, Unreal increased the terrain max to something crazy. So if we go to 255 quads and say 2 sections per quad, actually, we can increase this number of components, and maybe this one. Nope, we're gonna do 2 sections. And you can see here's the max resolution. So it's 130.561 kilometers square. So this is pretty close to the one that we had in World Creator, but that's sort of your max. We're not gonna do that. We're just going to go back to sort of the standard here. Your standard is, sections per component is 1 by 1, and section size is 63 quads. The landscape technical guide is going to explain exactly what those are. So, right here, this yellow square, I don't know if you can see my cursor. So one of these yellow squares is a quad. And so this is, actually, nope, not a quad. Right here, one of these smaller squares is a quad. So you can see there's 63 little squares within this sort of piece. And that's why I have it. It's a super number of components here. All right, components are the yellow ones. And so it gets more detailed than that. But what I don't want you to do is worry too much about the section size, components, or number of components. Just set the overall resolution here to a range that you want, and go from there. I'm going to use actually 1009 by 1009. That's one of Unreal's original typical landscape sizes. I'm just going to be using that in World Creator just so that we can have something simple to import, because the larger this is going to be, the longer it takes to import, and I don't want to sit here for 10 minutes waiting for it to import. What did you miss? Not much. We've basically just started, and so we got a lot to cover. So width and height in World Creator, you can pretty much set to any value you want. So I'm going to set this at 1009, 1009. And so this is going to be my landscape size in Unreal Engine. You have a spectacular voice. Well, thank you. I tried to keep it well. So everything I've covered thus far in terms of choosing sizing, I hope that's made sense thus far. If not, let me know. But the thing with Unreal Engine, just keep the precision here at 1 meter. If you change it to 0.5 meter, it'll obviously double that resolution, but that's not a bad thing. What we can do, and I will showcase this in a little bit, is we can use basically whatever resolution in World Creator that we want and import that into Unreal Engine 5, and I'll show you the caveat to one method and the pros to another. But we're going to start off with the general method here, 1009 by 1 meters. So let's go ahead and start shaping the terrain. First things I do want to show you is the new stuff that I mentioned earlier, which is under shape layers. And shape layers, for those that don't know, are basically things that let you custom shape the landscape. So sculpt layer lets you quite literally, and I'm going to do this to add, quite literally lets you reshape this terrain. So I'm basically sculpting it. If I zoom in here, I am sort of pretending I am using ZBrush and I am sculpting the terrain. And there's several settings. I think I have a whole whole nother session that kind of breaks down the brush tools and what they are. But if you're a person that really wants to go in and say, hey, I want to, and I think my strength is pretty high. I'm going to scroll down here. Yeah, my strength is pretty high. It's best to do this on a low strength so you don't like completely ruin what you've done. Yeah, so now if I want to say I want a little inlet here, I can do that and it not be overpowering. And then the filters are just going to add more detail on top of that. Could we choose 8K world size? I have a bunch of exported errors in 2023.4. Would like to see if the issue's solved. And in terms of, I think you're talking about exports, and we'll get to that. I haven't had any problems exporting in 2024 yet, although I am using a small size. I think when it comes to exporting large landscapes, you kind of have to have the understanding of what you're exporting and possibly split it up if it's becoming too much for the computer. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the export process pushes it towards writing it to disk first, and then it recalculates it from there. So that process could be a little much, especially if you're doing the bridge sync tool. It's going to be, it can cause some problems. Stamp is going to be, because I know a lot of people want to know, is where you set up your height map. So if you have a real world data, or if you have DEM data that you want to stamp on here, the stamp feature here is where you do that at. So you import a height map, paste it, you choose what level step you want it to be. So in terms of which resolution you want that height map to affect the terrain, then that's what's going to affect the terrain. Not yet. It's on their feature list. Stay on track, lads. Yes, it is. It is definitely something that's on track. There's a lot of things that are on track as well with what we're going to be doing. Procedural layer is just another noise layer. So if you want to add some procedural noise in various ways, you could do that. Map tiler, that is another DEM data specific thing. I'm not going to cover that here, but it is basically establishing sort of your, and I haven't entered my service token to see said map, but I have on 2023. We're going to have a whole nother session on using map tiler later on, but map tiler is sort of the built-in DEM stamp tool. So you can zoom around in the world and zoom in on a location where you want to copy height data from, and this is where it does that. You don't have to use this. It's not required. That's why I wanted to really point out the stamp feature here is if you have your own custom height map or DEM data that you want to put in, that's where you put it in. Or at least that's the best place that I've understood to put it in. Path is relatively new. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to check out Path, and I think it's in 2023. I'm not sure, but there is this new polygon layer. We go to Edit. If I shift click, see, I now have this sort of, I can create building pads or city pads. If you have something like this, you can choose to, where it's at in the layer settings right here, if you want to change the operation mode to something like add instead. And then from here, we can do the height offset. So if you want to increase the height offset and maybe let's the height blending a little bit, or we can do min and max. But override's pretty cool because we can change sort of those values quite aggressively. Path is in 2023. Oh, thanks. Perfect. I couldn't remember. I've had so many different practice builds. I couldn't quite remember which one it's in. The new one is rivers. Look at this. So a lot of people have been dying to have some rivers, and there is a plethora of settings, plethora of things to make rivers a bit more detailed. But you can see the right here, you can see it generated some rivers. Now, how do we edit those? Say we want to control where a river goes. So let's do edit. And if you see here, here's all the locations. These little icons are basically the spring locations. So say if I want to add a new spring, what's it say to do? Left mouse click to a selected node, left mouse click and drag. Add a new spring. Yes, shift plus left click. So I'm going to click up here. So there we go. And then probably from this point, need to rebuild the rivers. I haven't honestly messed with this a whole lot. Let's see, add new spring, remove node, change node's height. Generate stream. Okay, so that's how you do it. Like I said, I haven't dove in. I forgot about the general settings here on the left. So new spring, say I want a spring to come up here, shift click, and then with this spring selected, just generate the stream. And it generates a new path. If you decide that this path is not what you want to do, then you can force that path somewhere else. Let's move this spring over here. See how fast this is? I'm just controlling those paths, those spring paths. So you can control how much this affects the terrain quite drastically if you want it to, build from springs. There we go. So build from springs is sort of the auto-generated function based on what your landscape looks like. And then after you exit this, so you can see, you can change the different flow settings. That's pretty neat. You can add different seed values to those. So let's stop editing and go from there. OMG, yes, river. Yeah, rivers are pretty amazing. And actually, let me see if I can't open up another session on World Creator. This is probably a no-no, but we'll see. Going to be such a big time saver. And also, okay, so I'm sorry that I'm moving around like this. World Creator has its sort of WASD functions for moving around like this. In Unreal Engine, I've changed it to be QWES, and in Unreal Engine for Fortnite, it's obviously back to WASD. So I have to get a little confused sometimes. Let's just say that. It can be challenging. All right, before we go to the other World Creator file, I do want to show there is a really cool combination here. Simulation layers. Let's add a simulation layer. Let's turn off show masks because that's annoying. And you can see this is the sand simulation with rivers being applied to it. But if you change it to fluid, and then you change the spawn amount, which adjusts the height, let's go down to somewhere like here. So look at this. Rivers feeding into what looks like a lake, or a river creek feeding into what looks like a lake. So with the combination of the simulation layers, and you you can have simulation layers, masked in different zones. Say you don't want this lake over here, you just want a larger understanding of a lake over here. I'm going to take this node here and just move it down and over here, and it should, yep, it fills in the simulation in this zone, but it keeps this zone back to where it was. You can also, let's say we want to add another simulation layer, also fluid, and see, the fluid is about the zone. You see, if I put the fluid at the top here, it's going to basically spawn all the fluid within this zone and roll down the hills. So that's one thing you have to understand about the fluid simulation, is where this zone is basically the spring, so to speak. So let's put this up here and control our values a little bit. And we have fluid that has filled in this zone. So these zones are basically spawn areas. It doesn't have to be, I can make this small and up here, but it's obviously not going to make much of effect unless I increase the spawn amount. So you see here, spawn amount is 0. I increase it, and you can see the water filling in within the creek on this end. So increase the spawn amount. And now we can sort of combine rivers into a stream a little bit more naturally. Rivers are definitely much needed. and I can contest that it's going to be a huge time saver. There's a whole lot of design control with this. Let me open up load river sample. So this is another World Creator project that the World Creator team has made. Let me turn off clouds, as pretty as that is. And you can see this tiny little stream right here. So you can, depending on if I open up the rivers here. So the river shape, everything regarding to the sort of physical structure of the rivers, it's just like everything else. You can control the width of it, the depth of it, the curve amplitude, the repetition, all of that. And we're going to have another sort of live session that really dives into all this so that you can learn it a little bit more. But this should be available in 2024 in a few weeks. But the level steps right here is very important, because whenever you create a new layer or a new river, you see that it starts at level 4 and diminishes downward to level 10. And so in this example, they've tightened it up a little bit and made it mainly spawn most of its the water simulation at level 10, 7, and 8. And so there is some level of tweaking involved to understand how this sort of flows, but it's pretty dang cool. So that is one aspect that I definitely wanted to at least touch on that you're going to be getting. Another thing that's changed is there's been several performance bugs that have been involved. I don't have a list of all those change logs, but I'm sure once it actually comes to you guys that it'll be there. So now let's push forward and see a little bit about designing a terrain specific to what we're actually going to be doing in World Creator. So I'm going to try and focus. Let me take this off and these off. I'm going to try and focus a little bit on creating something sort of Icelandic. I did this before, and now I can't even remember what filters I used, but we're going to try and create something unique. So let's see. Let's select this icon here for the random generation to kind of change the seed of the fractal noise generation, and try and find something that's has an empty plane in the middle and some hills along the outside, because we're going to be doing some black sand and green hillsides. That one wasn't too bad, but it's not quite in the realm that I was wanting to picture. Okay, this one's not too bad because we're going to be altering it some. Okay. Everything makes sense so far. Hey, Winbush. Nice to see you here. You haven't missed a whole lot. You're still in good hands here. We're going to actually start the design process. So if you guys don't know Winbush, he's a great Unreal Engine tutorial and guide enthusiast. He knows way more about the engine and other engines like Cinema 4D than I do, so give him a shout out. He's a great guy. All right, so let's see. We have what's our base landscape here. So now let's go about with adding some of that detail. Again, we can add multiple biomes and paint with biome layers those different biomes however we want. We're not going to cover biomes today. We'll have another live stream that's sort of advanced world building focused that talks about different biomes on how to export the biomes for Unreal Engine's purposes. So we're going to really just focus on the one single biome so that you can get accustomed to the whole process. And I just deleted everything, but the seed still stands here. Hey, World Creator. Nice to see you back in action. Also, if you didn't know, you can rename any of your layers. So any of these biomes, we're just going to call this, not that we really need to, main biome, because why not? All right, so let's start reshaping this some. Let's say filters, and if you hover over one, you can kind of see the effects that are going to be taking place. And that one's not bad. We can turn the effect down a little bit. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to make this hydraulic. So that you can see the text. There we go. These little nuggets down here kind of expand and contrast the responsiveness of the UI. If you didn't know, which you should know, because I know all of you guys watched the Getting Started with World Creator video, which kind of talks about that. All right, so we're going to make sure that this hydraulic sediment is tied to cutting most of the hills edges here. So let's do height and show the heat map of that. So let's make this range not right about here. It says it's 88 meters high. So let's go up to about 100 with a 10 meter, about 100 with a 10 meter fall off. So right in here, this is pretty good. So we're going to turn off the heat map. So now you can see that this hydraulic sediment is basically being pasted in where it's red, which is neat. All right, so let's add another one, and I want to basically try and flatten out the area. So mud is really good, but I don't want mud to affect everything. So let's lower down its length. The length is going to make it basically, depends on how smooth it is or how much of the operation it applies said mud. So you can see it's really muddy and it's a little less muddy, but it's smooth. So if we just have a length of something that's really shallow, like 4, we can get the base of this landscape pretty smooth. And that's what I am after. I think that's what I'm after. Hey, just checking out to see what you guys are having a little powwow in chat. That's nice. All right, so with mud, we may remove this, we may not, because I want to add rivers to kind of see what that's going to do. All right, let's add another one. How about, let's see what plateaus does. Rocky hard. All right, rocky hard I like because it's going to add some detail to the convex areas in the upper areas. So let's do that. And let's also add a distribution. Let's see cavity and convex, turn on heat maps. So everywhere that it's red, you can see that it's going to be applying this rocky hard detail to. That way we can have some definition to those rocks that are protruding out from the top. Another thing to note is that in the main biome layer, since our terrain is, only 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer, and our precision is 1 meter by 1 meter, so every, there's a vertice every meter onto the landscape, we can sort of increase the detail somewhat with the main biome. We can take the general strength from 40, let's just increase it to 50, and it'll provide some more context for these filters to really utilize, if that makes sense. So the more breadcrumbs that you can use, the more breadcrumbs the filters can utilize, which is very handy application. All right, so this is looking fairly fine, but I want to flatten up or smooth off or round this top edge a little bit. And why do I want to do that? Not entirely sure, but I just want to try and make these rocks more of the surface or more of the slope areas. Though we could for, which one was that? That one's not too bad. So although we could sort of tie this rocky hard to the slopes, so anywhere between like 45 and 90, and it would be applied here. I like how it's kind of blending out a little bit more. So let's just do a sort of, let's see what plateaus can do. I'm just going to filter, cycle through these to kind of see what, that's interesting. Rugged is pretty neat. Denoise, that's a really good one. I love this stream already. Well, thank you. Crater, we could add a single crater. That might actually be interesting. Single crater, just because, why not? Let's see. Outer size. Nope. Inner size. I can't remember where. I haven't messed with this with so long. Crater depth. Oh, yeah. And yeah, let's move the crater somewhere over here. Yeah, let's do that. Because why not? And that is... Nope, that's not the one that I wanted either. Oh, I knew it was here. I'm just like cycling through all these ones. And I knew that there was one that I was missing. Although I just sort of messed up the roundness of that. So let's take that right there. So crater scale. There we go. That's what I wanted finally. So let's say that there was an impact crater somewhere right there, which is pretty cool. All right, so let's go back to trying to round off this top edge a little bit. Question, do we have the option to adjust, I can't read that, the dang heart's in the way, adjust the theme color in this version of World Creator? Like the UI color? I don't think so yet. Not yet, unfortunately. You know, because that's probably going to be here in application. So if World Creator dev is here, you can say, reassure them that that's definitely on the pipeline, because I know it's in the pipeline. But I wouldn't say that that is a major feature that they're trying to focus on, because things like the rivers right here were super important. So rivers definitely added something there. Let's go here. So rivers didn't really do much. Let's clear all the springs. Let's just make our own. Let's say we want a spring to start right here. Generate stream. There we go. I'm going to add a stream here. Generate stream. Ooh, it went that way. Let's do another one right there. Generate stream. There we go. That's what I wanted. Something right there. That's what I want. And we'll do one more over here. Click, generate stream. And I don't think that would be a realistic path to go up the hill. So these streams here sort of take their, from what I understand right now, take their sort of path based on the base terrains function. So let's scoot this a bit over here and regenerate. Let's make it go that way. Yeah, that's what I want. Nope. Other side, buddy. Come on. Okay, well, you're just going to go there. And then that'll just be what it is. All right, so stop editing. So now we have a few streams. I'm not going to worry about sort of editing the streams yet. We'll just save that for another stream. I'm so hyped for the streams. It is. It's pretty incredible. I'm not gonna lie. I like the rivers shape layers for sure. Can you create a lake at the end of the stream so that the water flows into the body of water? We did that earlier. Simulation layers, fluid, and let's make this fluid system pretty small. Let's just do that, and then we'll lower the spawn amount till it gets to somewhere that we want. There we go. So right here, two little streams flow down into a body of water, which for this stream, we're going to make it a body of sand. I'm not going to do water in Unreal yet, so we're just going to focus on sand, essentially. And I'm going to colorize this in here in just a little bit. So I'm not going to try and rush this process. We have more time than we think what we do. We may go beyond 3 hours into 4 hours if everyone is up for that, because we have a lot to cover. That's what it was. I wanted to do balloon, but I want to make the balloon height dependent. Balloons way too much. Actually, let's let that effect roll off a bit. And maybe balloon's not what I want. It does balloon out, which is nice. So we'll keep that, but that's not entirely. The more the merrier. That's right. It's not terrible. Let's go through some colors and see what we can manage to do. So what we're going to do in terms of materials and exporting that to Unreal Engine, I'm going to do 3 colors, or in this app, 3 materials that happen to be colors. You can do any number of materials that you want. I'll show you in Unreal how you can increase the texture sample count that's not limited to, I don't know what it is, at 16 or 32 or something. That makes it go to well above 100. More material, more texture samples than you probably would need. So, but for the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to keep it to 3 materials, even though I would really want to do a whole lot more with that. I'm going to go ahead and open up another World Creator session just to kind of showcase the output that I'm wanting to make. All right, so colors. So let's add, 2 more colors. We're going to call the base color here, because soil. It could be dirt or whatever. So let's think of how this is being stacked in real life. So the bottom layer, I'm going to make it soil. The second layer, in this case for today, I'm just going to make it grass. And the top layer, I'm just going to call it rocks, or rock. No, let's just call it rocks. And obviously that didn't work. Okay, so we have 3 materials here. So let's hide these. Let's get our soil material or color. We're just going to do, I'm only going to do colors in World Creator. You can apply materials, textures here, and you can go through the process of adding an albedo, normal, roughness, ambient occlusion, and displacement. The only reason why I would probably add textures to World Creator is if you're going to be using this landscape as like a Vista landscape. If you're wanting to, or use it for, depending on what your output is. If you're using this for like previs, you can do this and you can export the whole terrain as one element and not have to worry about materials and texturing and Unreal or Blender or whatever the application is. You can just do all your texturing here, export it all together with the sync tool, and use that as a basis for your design. Especially if you're not going to be using that landscape for the final output. But like I said, if you're going to be using it for something like previs, and that'll make the process a whole lot quicker. Yeah. So to answer the question earlier about the putting a lake at the end of the stream, exactly what the world creator dev just said in chat. Add a simulation layer at the end of the river, and you've just like we did here, and you create your lake at the end of the stream. Anyway, what you have to understand for this workflow is that we're going to be exporting splat maps of rocks, grass, and not really soil. We're going to skip soil, but we're going to export a splat map of rocks and grass, and you're going to use that splat map in the other application to drive, the albedo, normal, roughness, and all that stuff. GV, no, not really. To answer that question, I work with them, but not for them, if that makes sense. All right, so in addition to textures, you can also, which is really cool, you can do gradients, set up a whole gradient method. Gradients are a little bit different now in terms of how they're set up. In order to have the gradient, and if you pick a gradient, I'm going to hit pick, hold control to record the process. I'm going to record it somewhere off stream. And I'm basically recording YouTube chat. So this, and click anywhere to finish. So right here is the gradient that I just clicked, pick, and wherever my mouse was on my second monitor, which is basically these colors are YouTube chat. I just went up and down the comment section to capture these colors. So that's pretty cool. Before, you would have to establish what this gradient is being used for. Is it going to be used for like a preset like snow or forest or sediment, all that stuff. But now you have to do a gradient distribution. So let's say gradient distribution, let's do height. All right, so let's do height range. There we go. So now that we lowered it a little bit, got to lower it to the appropriate, what is this? 93. Wow, so 93, and this top is 169. So 169, and there you go. So from the peak at 169 down to, is this really 93? Wow, that's not a very big landscape. You see, using the height distribution, we've made this gradient from here to here go from here to here. Great way to set up a terrace sort of terrain effect, which is really cool. You cannot do that one. You could do stuff like curvature, and you can texture based off of curvature, and you can export these this way. The only caveat is you can export this texture like this, but it'll look just like this. So that's why I'm saying you can do all these different things for a text or a terrain that's sort of in the distance, using gradients for terrains that are this far away or this far away. I mean, that looks freaking great already from just a gradient texture at that far away. But if you're going to have a player, or if you're in cinema or previs and you want a character right here, you're going to want all these little pixels of different color variations to be driven by an actual material in another application. So that's one application. The other thing that's really cool is substance materials. We can add whatever substance material we want. I don't think I have any easily accessible right now, but we'll go from there. So we're going to make the soil because it's in Iceland and I'm fixated on dark black sand. We're going to do black sand. And then grass, I'm going to make that color in the green spectrum, but a little desaturated, maybe something like that. I'm just reading chat real quick. Let's see. Ruggy, that question, I'd probably ask that question in World Creators Discord, and we can go from there. Also, if you have a question that pertains to what we're doing, I'll say it out loud so that for anyone that is watching the 4K spliced versions of chapters that I'm going to be uploading later on YouTube, I'll have the question, I'll read the question and the answer, because the chat will be available for anyone who rewatches the stream, but you'd have to rewatch the stream to read chat. So I'm going to say the question out loud and we can go from there. All right, so grass, I'm going to make sure, I want grass to be like on the hills, but not covering any of the sand area. So we're going to do a distribution, and let's see what slope can do for us. So let's hover the cursor over the middle of the range here to slide both ends together. And there we go. You can see grass in that nature. I'm also, because I want grass up here, but I don't want it down here. But since we did a range, you know, the slope range above 55, it's not going to get this area. But let's add another distribution right up here, and we'll also do slope. This one we will add to it, and we will say this slope range is right here. Sorry, we'll make it a little bit more so we can get that top edge. Wow, it's really a little steepy. All right, so but to remove the stuff that's down here, we're within slope, we're going to add another distribution layer so that this is multiplied to this, and we can increase our range up higher, but we can subtract it probably. Where is this at? 100, and where is this? 150. So 150. Multiply. Now I'm a bit confused why that happened. All right. Oh, that's why, because it's hidden. Okay, I accidentally drug it within the other module. Hold on a minute. This is why organization is key. So you can do another slope for this one, but I want it to affect just that one, and it's not. It's not doing necessarily what I wanted. Hi there. Is it possible to create geological layers as cross-section model with different colored layers? Like if you, like from the side here, I know you can change the color of this side, but they haven't implemented yet adding a gradient texture to this edge. That way it would be different. I would say that if you're wanting to do that, something like in another application, that way you can, because what's going to be exported as a mesh, if you exported this as a mesh, it would just be this top plane. I don't think the bottom plane, the boxy nature of this is included. But you would have to create another plane underneath this that's flat, extruded up to fit the face of the plane to create a box, and you can texture that box. Okay, so there is, all right, so we're going to avoid that then. No worries. All right, so what I was trying to do was logical, but there is currently a bug in the version that I'm running right now that that is weird about the operation modes. So that's okay. What we'll do instead is we will add I'll just do another distribution layer of height and add, and I'll make sure it just fills the top of this a bit. So that is 175. So let's go up to 175. There's multiple ways of doing everything. So we increase that. Let's see, oh, yeah, let's do 0. 175. There we go. And all right, so now that it's blending at 0, it's 168 meters above sea level. You can see it's filling in that a little bit. So I'm going to increase it just a smidge because I want some sand up there. All right, so now that is sort of the grass that we're going to work with right now, at least. And for rocks, we can keep this, you know, in the gray area, but let's distribute this based off rocks, because why not? Okay. And let's lower the step size. I'm just still minutely adjusting that. All right, so now we've got, you can see rocks have done a load of different things, but actually I don't want, it doesn't look bad. I can keep it like that. It actually looks pretty interesting, but it's not nearly as much as much grass as I was hoping it would be. Yeah, but we can roll with this. What I was really wanting it to look like was this. And actually, if I don't save this, I'm going to be very upset. So let's save this project, save, and I'll put it in here as Icelandic, but I'll make it the stream version. Woo, that took a second. That took way longer than I wanted it to. All right, so world creator, no live session. Yeah, so here's the Icelandic one that we just created. I'll just keep it there. All right, the one that I had made before in my test looked a little bit like this. So this is the one that I had done in my test to figure out exactly kind of what I wanted it to look like. So this hillside looks a lot better in my terms because I actually used, what did I use? So here's the setup that I used for this map, as well as material pipeline. Actually, all right, this is new. I think this is new in 2024. Expand everything, contract everything. All right, so the filters. Yeah, so I did drift wind. I did a lot more filters. Mud, erosion, materials, distribution. Here's the full stack if you want to read it. If you want to pause and see what I did with the original materials, there you go. I have grass on top of rock in this case, but I think I'm going to do it in reverse on the other one. So let's see what the heck we did differently. I'm going to put this one off to the side because I kind of want to match. Well, nope, I'm not going to do that. All right, so we did. Oh, I also did balloon, advanced erosion wide. That's one. Rock, and I did plateaus. I think it's fine. I think what we have is fine, but I do want to add one more just to see what talus would look like. Let me turn off. Let me go to fast render mode. Doesn't do much yet, but if I do the length, hold on, let's see, max height. Oh, that's the max height. So this max height is in as elevation value. So since our water here is at 93, we need to increase this max height to something. There we go. You can see it right there. So this is a one nifty way if you want to take the information that's right here and sort of stretch it out. You can do the talus filter this way. So just get it in a general area that you want. Let's say the angle is really shallow like this. And the length, you can make the length really short if you want to do some interesting sort of cliff edges, like bulging cliff edges. That's actually not too bad either. I may just do that. But what I was going to say is I'll keep that. Let's remember this. So let's take the length all the way out here. And then let's control the general strength down to about 50%. So this way we can sort of angularly take the information here and stretch it out here. So it adds a little bit more smoothness to what we just did, which I think is pretty nifty. But I'm going to put this back to about 7. What looked better? That looks fine. And actually, when it comes to this crater, let's decide at what point in time did this crater actually impact Earth? Did it happen before Talus? Did it happen before this balloon filter? Or, is it early on? Is it way up here? So we can get more of those other filters cutting into it? Or did it happen last, which is at the very top, which would technically be combined operation max? We could affect this a bit further. Oh, we can invert it. We can make it a mound. That's actually nifty. But let's move it off just a little bit. Yeah, let's do that. Let's make it off like that. And let's say it was done earlier on in life. What I now want to do is one last thing. Let's go back to rivers, edit. And now I've decided, let's make a river or a creek that actually cuts through this area. So make it right here and let's see what happens. I want you to cut through I want you to cut through there because why not? All right, stop editing. So we can do that. How does this look, everybody? It's a little different than what I had pictured in my mind, but that's the beauty of this. You can spend hours just making this any way it is. Let's save real quick before we lose everything. And then go back to fast render mode. Okay. I kind of like how this is being portrayed. So grass isn't everywhere, but it's a lot of where. Let's change this slope just a smidge more. Yeah. So I'm pulling this down a little bit just to add a bit more grass variation. Actually, that's a really cool comment. This is very Death Stranding sort of vibe. And I'm going to tighten this up just a little bit more. Okay, so it's wildly different from what I had pictured in my mind, but we're going to get to the fundamentals here on exporting all this. This is where it really gets juicy. All right, so let's save this again because I'm paranoid, and we can always come back to World Creator and redo everything, or we can keep what we have. Let me check I have an outline here. It kind of goes through everything. So I'm going to take what we have here. I'm just going to roll with it and go through two different export processes. The bridge sync tool, which is right up here, and the manual method. So I'm going to sort of show you how to do the install process of this real quick. But now I need to figure out where I put it. All right, terrain creation, World Creator. Okay, so when you go online, and I'll just go to the World Creator website to show you real quick. Because the first thing we're going to showcase is the bridge tool because it's the easiest, and that's probably going to be the one that everyone has more issues with understanding. Okay, so right here in your account under download bridge, you're going to want to download Bridge for Unreal 5.4 or whatever version of Bridge that you have. So after you download it, it's going to be a folder. It's going to be a zip file. It's called World Creator Bridge for Unreal 5.3. All right, there is documentation right here that explains, and I think I need to pull this off to the side because I think, yep, I got to sign in to Adobe so I can see this PDF without losing it because I've forgot to do that beforehand. One moment. All right. Yep. I got it. Okay. So right here, this is basically how to install it and use it. And we're going to go over some of this, but not all of it. So the documentation really sort of walks you through step by step on how to install it. But right here, it does say to navigate to the plugins folder and unzip the downloaded bridge file. The unzipped version is this World Creator Bridge folder. So you're going to basically copy this World Creator Bridge folder and put it into the plugins folder, like right here where it says plugins, World Creator Bridge. So this example. So this is the example if you did this per project. But the way I did it is, if I can go to where Unreal Engine is located, you can actually put this within the Unreal Engine main project file, or within Unreal Engine's, the main Unreal Engine folder. So in UE 5.3, I believe it's under Engine, Plugins, and under Plugins, you can see I have it right here, World Creator Bridge for Unreal Engine 5.3. And it'll have this in it as well. I just did the whole folder. And I actually think that's the better way. So instead of doing this World Creator Bridge folder, just do the main zip file or unzip the main zip file and drag it in. Documentation is there, but everything that you need is within this plugin folder. That's going to allow the World Creator plugin to be available on any of your Unreal Engine projects. So anytime you open up Unreal, that's going to be there. So that's one way of doing it. That's the way I do it. You don't have to, but just note that if you want to keep it away from always being loaded in Unreal, you just have to put it into the plugins folder for the actual Unreal Engine project that you've already previously created. So you got to create the project first, then add the plugin, and then within World Creator, if we were to get out of this mode that I had before, in Edit, Plugins, you can just type in World Creator, and it's right here. So the World Creator Bridge, you just enable it. If you don't have it already enabled, it's just going to ask you to restart the engine. Once you restart the engine, you'll see this icon right here that says Execute World Creator Bridge Action. It's going to open up this window here, and this is where we're going to begin the whole process. So before I do that, I am actually going to create a new level because I don't want this one. So here's one step that you got to understand. Do you want to do world partition, or do you not need to do world partition? You can set it up later if you want, but if you choose open world, it's basically going to be this. This is the basic open world level with all of this stuff. But if you want to start from scratch, you can do empty open world, which has world partition already enabled for you, but it gives you a blank slate to kind of work everything out with. And then basic and empty level do not have world partition already enabled, but you can certainly enable it. We're going to choose empty open world, create, and I'm just going to go ahead and, where is it at? There it is, save current level. I'm going to go under tutorial live session, and I'm just going to create this, the bridge method. All right. So obviously there's no light, but I did want to point out for people that want to do everything the free way, you can sort of do everything with what's called the, I believe it's in here. No, it's not. Where did it go? Aha, here it is. So under window, because I don't usually do this, environment light mixer. So this will bring up this little box here, and basically all these little buttons will create all of the different elements, like in this case, the skylight. Sky atmosphere light, create sky atmosphere, create the volumetric clouds, create height fog, and within this module is all the different settings for each one of these assets. So that's really cool. Instead of having to select each asset and worry about changing them all individually, this mixer sort of gives you all of those lighting elements here in front of you, at least the important elements, to edit on the fly. So that's basically one way to quickly input all of your lighting setups. You don't have to do it that way. That's just the free way to do it, and it's already built in. And I'm not going to worry about right now trying to optimize the all the lighting, but it's just for this particular method I'm going to use for this this level. So I'm going to go ahead and save all. All right, so now let's bring this back up. So that documentation explains each and every one of these elements, and I'm going to get to that in just a minute. But the first thing that we want to do is go back to World Creator and understand, well, what do you do at this point to export the process? Let's just click the sync tool. But before I do, I'm going to open up the World Creator folder here and make sure all of this is gone so I don't mess anything up. Okay, so all you have to do is in World Creator, you just click the sync tool first, and it's going to do its thing, and it's done. Where that exports to is very important. So in your My Documents folder and the World Creator folder, there is a subfolder here that's called Sync. So click the Sync folder, and what you exported was all of this. So here is the XML file that Unreal will be referencing, the color map that will be imported, and if there's a reference for these, which I haven't found any need for these, it'll reference those. If there's any external assets that are involved with the export process, they will typically go in this folder, but for right now, we don't need those. I'm going to create a folder in my project folder, not the project folder for Unreal or World Creator, but I'm creating a new folder where I can put this sync. So sync 1, and there's a huge reason as to why I'm doing this. So I'm going to take the bridge and all of these files here. I'm just going to cut them and paste them inside this sync 1 folder. All right, so now what we need to do, the very next step that is very crucial is you don't really have to rename bridge, but you can. So we can just say, no, we'll leave bridge the same. All you really have to do is make sure that color map is named something different. So let's just say, if I can select it, there we go. Let's just say color map 1. I'm just going to put a 1 there. Okay. All right, so we moved it out of the document sync and into our own custom sync. So now in World Creator, we're going to select the bridge file. So we're going to go to that location that we saved that new XML file. So the live session is where I had it, sync 1 and bridge. We're going to open it, okay, and minimize this. So now it has selected that file and it's going to reference everything from there on. What I like to do is, you see the actor name and material name. I'm just going to do _1, and that's that. If you want to enable world partition for this, you can. I'm not going to for this particular sake, but terrain size, let's just go ahead and change this terrain size to match what we have in World Creator, which is 1009. And we do want to import textures and layers and whatnot. So let's synchronize this and cross our fingers. So it's importing the landscape. You can see in the outliner right here, it has created said landscape, and it should have done that already. There it is. That was actually quicker than I thought. So here is our landscape. Although it is exactly the problem that I recognized from before, because what's happened is This texture is incorrect because it picked the texture that I had tested earlier instead of the texture that I had intended for. If we go to content browser, actually, let's go to where this is in the content browser. You can see right here the texture that it chose, and this is why it's very important to name all these different, it's right here. So this is the texture color map 00, and that's why it's important to have a different texture name for each of your imports. I am actually going to undo all of this process. Actually, no, I didn't mean to do that. Redo add actor, redo add actor, redo add actor, redo click on actors. Okay, I'm going to undo the terrain right here, and in my content browser, for this sake, I'm going to delete everything in this folder. Force delete. All right, now let's go back and re-import it. Hopefully it grabs the correct color map this time. Oh, question. I'm trying to decide between World Creator Guy or World Machine, but can't find a proper review comparison of them. Since they're all so big in scope, I have no clue where to start. That's a good question, and it's kind of a hard question to answer because seemingly each one does a little bit different. How their workflows of all three are a little bit different. You know, two of them are node based. This one is layer based. And so they all have their pros and cons, and I haven't done a comparison, but they're all just a little bit different. Okay. So I did realize something that is not going to allow us to create this actor. So, and it's one thing that I was afraid of because it's one thing that was not what I wanted to. So instead of renaming this first, keep it the way it was named to begin with, and synchronize, and there we go. So the XML file requires you to have, and that's one thing that I thought I tested this before, but that's the unfortunate part. So we're going to come back around. So it's still important to pull, I think, the sync assets from your My Documents off to your own folder, because if you decide to add another landscape for a new sync, it's going to overwrite those in the My Documents folder. That's why I'm moving all of the sync files to their own folder. But here within, after I've already synced this, then I'm going to go back and rename this. Well, I can keep this texture the same, but after it's already synced, I'm going to take this texture that we've made, and let's open up the material. The material that was made, we'll put there. I am going to go to go to the texture that was just made for this mask, and that's when I'm going to rename it. If you rename it within Unreal Engine, it's going to automatically go ahead for the material, repipe it in correctly. I had that backwards. I was hoping that we could rename the color map first instead of having to do it inside Unreal. But see, these textures are in the engine content folder, plugins, and within the World Creator Bridge content folder. What I would do is I would just copy this material, move it into a location. So if we were to, move it into this live session. So move or copy to live session, move here. If we move it, then one item was moved, thank you. If we move it, then the material will automatically sync up to that location. The reason why we do this and the reason why we rename that is so that if we want to add a second landscape, they don't override each other. That's sort of the issue right now with the landscape bridge function, is that things can kind of override each other. So it's it's one aspect to remember. So for example, in World Creator, let's start a new World Creator session, or let's go to, I'm saying let's a lot. All right, I'm going to save this and let's choose a different seed. And then with rivers, we'll just rebuild the rivers so they can be a little different. So this is a new seed entirely. Let's click sync. Okay. So this sync goes to the My Documents folder. So we're going to select all those files again, copy, or in this case, I'm just going to cut them. And then in my folder, I'm going to create a new folder called sync 2. Paste all those in there. And now within Unreal Engine, oh, thanks for auto-saving at the worst possible time. Oh boy. Oh, that was quicker than I thought. All right. Let's move this landscape off to the side over here. Now with the World Creator plugin, let's select the new bridge file. So let's go to sync 2, select the new bridge file. This time, let's name the actor something different. And you'll want to name these different because, again, if you don't rename the actor and don't rename the material name, the syncing process, like if you're just working with one terrain and you're not doing multiple terrains, then everything that I've talked about with the renaming of files and copying and pasting and all that doesn't really matter. Because anytime you go through this window and click synchronize, it's going to keep resyncing the files. Anytime you create something in World Creator new and you go into here and synchronize, it's going to resync on top of what you've made. So if you're doing just one landscape, that's fine. If you're doing multiple landscapes, you got to redo this process. So I'm going to synchronize this one. And we rename them again so that things don't overwrite each other. That's one reason the color material that was made, it will overwrite another color material. And that's why you've got to rename that, like I just showed you, within Unreal Engine and potentially move it to its own location. But shouldn't the XML file know the resolution of the terrain automatically? I think it should. And I could try that here in a second. So right here, you can see the second landscape is a smidge different. And it's got the correct mapping. So let's go back to the plugins folder, World Creator file, and then this color map so that we don't override everything. I'm just going to move it to the live session, move. And thanks for telling me that I moved it. And then I am going to, where'd it go? I'm going to rename it to. So we've done two different landscapes, and we've made sure that the color maps and materials are all two different things. All right, so let's try what you just said, polynomial. So maybe it doesn't matter what the size is. So let's take this terrain and let's change it to 2K. Let's just do that. And then change its sync, and maybe it's not grass, but it's bright yellow. Let's just do that instead. Oh, and let's not forget to rebuild the rivers because they're there. So we got rivers all over the place. Okay, so let's go to the My Documents folder, make sure it's empty. All right, so I'm going to click sync. It's syncing. And here in Unreal, open up the World Creator file. So let's make this go back to what the default is. So the default terrain size was 4033. All right, so I'm going to change this actor name to the third one and the material name to the third one and synchronize. I think the bridge should import the landscape with the new name automatically without you having to go through the process. I've had some conversations in the past with the devs about how this is structured. and so that there is sort of a bi-directional workflow. So if you were to say, I'm selecting World Creator Terrain 1, and by selecting this actor, it's referencing the correct bridge file that's tied to that actor, if that makes sense. And so if I want to resync that, it just resyncs that. There's a lot of back and forth here. All right, so where is my third landscape? And whoops, I just did something. I did not select the correct I didn't select the correct bridge file, my bad. So let's go to, and I didn't make that either. You guys are on top of it. All right. Sorry. My documents folder, select all of these, go to the sync folder for live session, new folder. I'm just going to create sync 3 and paste this stuff there. All right, so now in Unreal Engine, I missed that step to select sync 3. And where'd you go? And now I will recreate that, synchronize the new landscape. Done. And there you go. So it does recognize, yeah, the terrain size, I think, automatically. I don't think this terrain size is 4033, 4033, because it would be much larger than this. So it does do that. So what's the point, I think, of the sync tool? It's for creating, for you to just be here and, design the terrain based on scale. Like if you want to do some previs and get a gist of how large a landscape is with the play actor or with the character, you can pop the terrain in super fast and just mess with it. Or if you have a really polished terrain in World Creator, like this one, I'm just going to increase the height of that one and push it out here. It could be a distance vista. So if you're standing over here, that landscape doesn't look too bad in the distance. So that's the whole point there. So the sync tool is great for getting a landscape just, I think, pretty fast. Mind you, you do have to know the renaming of the color texture and make sure that the actor and material is renamed something different so that it doesn't resync onto the correct one. If you were to say in the outliner, I do want to resync level World Creator Landscape 2, then just make sure that the actor name in here matches those two things, and it'll resync on top of those accordingly. So the sync tool is, and you can do more with each landscape that you make. You can open up this spaghetti graph of a texture sample, or this material is what was generated for the first one automatically. And it's set up a little wonky, but if you wanted to come in here and add a high, like an 8K normal map with landscape layer nodes or landscape coordinate nodes to this normal map parameter slot here, you could. And then the terrain would get even more detail for free. Same with the texture. If you decide that you just want to export a texture or color map from World Creator instead of going through the sync process, you can just import the texture and replace it right here. You can find a new texture and replace it with. It's pretty simple. So it's not the way that I typically do it, and that's the manual method, which is what we're going to get to here in just a second. But it's meant for, I think, for getting a landscape pretty quickly into Unreal Engine so that you can see about design and scale and use it also for Vista landscapes. But you can bring it in and then manipulate it after the fact. Although I think it's a little bit more work, but you can do that. So that's pretty much the bridge tool in a nutshell. Let me see if I've missed anything. Yeah. Oh, and if you decide instead of using the sync tool, if you wanted to select, say, landscape 1, which is this one right here, say you have a new height map for this that you want to implement, you could also go through the sync tool and redo that, or you could just go to have the landscape selected, or choose the correct landscape in the landscape editor panel here, go to manage, import, choose a height map file, and then it will basically re-import the height map for this particular landscape if you do it this way. So that's the bridge sync method. So let's convert over to the other method if nobody has any questions about the sync tool. I'm going to go ahead and create a new empty level here. Yeah, sure. I'll save it. Will this be recorded so it start over later just got from? Yeah, of course. It's being, once the stream ends, you'll have the freedom to watch it anytime you want. And like I said earlier, I'm also recording this separately at 4K 60 frames per second. And I'm going to splice it up into separate segmented chapters for other videos in the coming weeks, so that if there's an area that you want to focus on without actually having to, you know, reel through 3 hours or 4 hours of footage, you can certainly do that. But yeah, that's the bridge tool sync process in a nutshell. And it gets a little bit complicated, like I said, for adding multiple landscapes, but you can certainly do that. You just have to do those few steps. And I can list those steps out as well, you know, on the Discord channel. And whenever I do the splicing, I'll also showcase the different methods for, or the different processes for the approach to do the bridge method appropriately. Instead of renaming that color map that we did first, you just rename it within Unreal Engine. All right, so let's talk about this, basic landscape materials. So we're going to be going and transitioning to doing it via the manual method. What that's going to entail, and this is applied to any sort of textures that you export from World Creator, or any sort of textures that you get from another created software. Like if you created a terrain in Houdini and you exported, you're still going to want to have different, the color map, the normal map, the ORD. ORD stands for like ambient occlusion, roughness, and displacement. That's the Megascans sort of setup. And those three textures in one is called a packed texture. So in essence, what we're going to be doing in World Creator is exporting our different maps. But for us, we're just going to be exporting the splat maps and color map. I'm not going to export the normal map yet. But like I said, you don't really need to export the normal map so much so that if you were to have a normal map that is 8K instead of 1K that we're going to be exporting, then you would use the 8K normal to add extra free detail on the terrain. So then you're going to bring those into Unreal and you're going to combine them all together in what's called material attributes. So the color map, the normal map, and the roughness and displacement map, they're all considered attributes. So you're going to be combining all of those together into one single combined attribute. And then we're going to take that attribute and we're going to assign it a landscape layer, such as grass is a landscape layer, rocks are a landscape layer. So the different segments of materials will be its own landscape layer. And then that is all going to be merged together into what's called the master material. And that master material, whether you create a material instance of that, or if you just use the main material, that's what's going to be pasted on the terrain. After it's pasted on the terrain, we're going to be opening it up into the landscape tools, and we're going to be taking the splat maps that we exported from World Creator to mask in the different materials, the different landscape layers. We'll be controlling where the grass goes, the rocks go, and the soil goes. So that's the next steps, and I hope everything about it makes perfect sense. So what we have here is a brand new empty open world level. It's got world partition already enabled. And so what I'm going to do is actually, let's go in here since I just created all of that. Let's create a new folder because I don't want to get mixed up. So all this bridge stuff, I'm going to move to a bridge folder. Yes, I know. Yes, it'll be available afterwards, so don't worry. So let me go through right here. Perfect. You know, saving kind of just takes so long sometimes. Does everything that I have said thus far make sense? Anybody have any questions about what we've worked on up until this point? Because now we're going to be spending more time in Unreal than we are in World Creator. And I can come back to World Creator, but I don't want to miss any questions about what's left in terms of shaping the terrain or organizing it or anything like that. Wow, this is taking far longer. All right, so while this is saved, let's go back to Unreal. So we can at least right now go through the export process in World Creator. So in World Creator, to export any of this, and again, we're going to be exporting the splat maps for rocks and grass. We're not going to be deliberately using a splat map for soil because soil in the engine, technically we want that to consume the entire landscape first. And, you know, logic says we build layers on top of that. So we're going to go to the export layer here, click the plus icon to initiate an export preset. Warning, there's nothing inside the export preset. So we're going to click the plus icon next to the export preset. We're going to export a height map, and we can do a color map, and we're going to do the splat map. Okay, for height map, let's go ahead and get out of that. Actually, I didn't need to be in that for 1 second. Let me go back to that World Creator folder in my documents. All right, so I'm going to create a new folder in Windows Explorer, and this is just going to be Icelandic session, or just Icelandic landscape. I don't know. This is where I'm going to be putting all my maps right there. All right, so for height map, here is the process for making sure it's a map that Unreal Engine will recognize. You have several different variations here. I think EXR works, but I can't remember. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to choose raw, make sure that it is an integer of 16. I believe if you choose EXR, Unreal will accept a float 32. Don't quote me on that, but the general process is the same. So an integer of 16, and so the byte order is little endian, not big, little. So choose raw, choose 16, so the bit depth is 16, and little endian. All right, we can do a load preset. So here's all the naming conventions for how you want the file to be saved. So we can do a load preset of Unreal or Unity. If you choose Unreal, it's going to come with the export tile X and the export tile Y right now. We're going to delete those, and the reason why I want to delete those is because Unreal will recognize X and Y like that, as this says, export tile X and export tile Y. If you were to split this terrain up, so right now the terrain is 1009 by 1009. If you were to, down here under data layer, say, I want the split value to be half that. So what, 504.5? Yeah, it's not going to recognize that. So if you want the half of this to be 504, split it into 4 quadrants, then you'll want to keep the X and Y, because Unreal, you'll load all 4 of those height maps in as one element, and Unreal will recognize the correct order to sort of piece those split values together. So we don't really have to do that today. We're just going to, since it's so small, we're only going to want to export it as one single mesh. If you're going to split the terrain, you're going to just want to do that if it's a very large terrain. I think Unreal's single texture import, I think it's 16K, but anything above 16K, you should probably split it into multiple terrains. And I plan on having an advanced session that talks about doing that specific thing. But the process is still going to be the exact same process that we're going to discuss here. It's just going to be a much larger terrain. All right, so we're just going to keep it as type, which is if it's a height map, a color map, or a splat map, that's the type. And then the ext is the extension file, which is raw. So we're going to keep it just like that, nothing extravagant. We're going to come down here and keep auto normalization on, and this is a single channel. So since this is a height map, it's using one channel of information, not red, green, or blue. And auto normalization basically just takes the lowest value and the highest value, and it normalizes that range to the correct spectrum. And that spectrum is, if once I get to it, and I haven't gotten to that yet. So that spectrum is, a 16-bit file has 512 ranges of black to white. So normalization, if this terrain were somewhere off within that spectrum, it's going to normalize it to stretch those values to be the whitest white and the blackest black. If that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. You should just always have auto normalization checked on at the root of it in case there's something very specific that you're trying to do. The game engine information doesn't matter just yet. There will be some more information regarding that, but that's it. So recap: raw, bit depth is 16, and the byte order is little Indian. And make sure that you just remove the X and Y in the naming convention. If you don't do that, you can just rename it in Windows Explorer. It's perfectly fine. All right, so we're going to go ahead and export this specifically. And where this comes is back in the World Creator folder that's in your My Documents folder, because before, here's the sync folder that was exported from the sync tool, but you also have an export folder here as well. And actually, that might be the, I'm just going to re-export it to make sure I have the latest one. So re-export, and here it is. So it's height map, it's raw. What we need to do at this point is Unreal Engine doesn't really like raw files anymore. So I'm just going to rename this extension R16. Do you want to change this? Yes. So R16 is what we want. So I'm going to copy this and put it in my Icelandic landscape folder. All right, for color map, the reason why you would sort of use a color map, which is going to export the entire terrain's color as a single texture, and I'm going to just do that now. I could just rename all that. Wouldn't worry about it. So I'm going to go ahead and export this. Oh yeah, it does give you some export area size and texture size information. So if by chance you had the terrain precision, higher or lower based on the physical size of the terrain, the export location would reflect that. It would let you know, hey, here's your export size, here's your resolution of your texture size, to give you just a little bit more information. All right, so where's this? Right here. So here's the PNG file that exported for the color. So you would use this as sort of a macro detail, or if you had all of your materials in Unreal fade out, this would fade in from a distance. That's going to be saved. That kind of function is going to be saved for our advanced material setup. So we're not going to cover that yet today unless there's time. Now, splat maps is the big one here. So I'm going to do this in two different ways. So we want these to also have a bit depth of 16. If you don't have a bit depth of 16, it doesn't matter. I'll show you that Unreal is going to resample that, or you would have to manually tell Unreal to resample that. And so I'm also going to remove the X and Y functions right here and just keep it to type. All right, well, actually, let's keep it like this because, hold on. I'm going to keep the number function, so the index of layer textures. That way, each splat map that's exported will have a number associated to the order that these are exported out as. All right, so compression level default, format PNG is fine, but the bit depth is important to be 16 if you really want it to be used as an appropriate mask. So this is where we get to choose if we want these splat maps to be their own individual masks. So like grass layer would be its own splat map mask. Rocks would be its own mask. If you don't choose a single channel, it's going to combine all of these together in a packaged texture. So let's go ahead and do that. Export. Go here to the My Documents World Creator folder, and you can see right here, this is the packaged texture. So red is one material, green is one material, and blue is another material. This is really handy because in Unreal, you can choose which color channel you want to affect the landscape or to affect the node graphs. But for today's purposes, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make sure that so that you can understand each individual splat map is its own texture. So I'm going to choose single channel, so it's going to split all these up, essentially, to their own texture. So export. And you can see right here, splat map 0, 1, and 2. So I actually... Okay, so splat map 0 is the bottom layer, which is always going to be in the material stack here. It's the bottom layer, which is soil. We don't really need this. We just need the grass and rocks layer. So grass is splat map 1. So I'm just going to rename this grass splat map, but I'll keep it the 1 just so that we can say we kept it. And this layer is rocks. And that's what we're going to use. So I'm going to, I've already copied that over. I'm going to just copy these two over to my main folder here. And that's all we're going to use is these two images right here to drive everything else. I do realize that this has way too much white in it for my rocks. So I think for rocks, the rock effects, we could do contrast effect. Yeah, because I don't want all of this to be rocky. Yeah, we can increase that contrast some. There we go. And yeah, let's just keep it like, well, there we go. That's better. I like that a bit better. So we're going to go back to the export process. Now, if you want to re-export something that right now exporting is for splat maps will export all the materials, but since I just want to export just the rocks, I'm just going to hide the soil and grass, and I'm just going to export the rocks. Make sure the other two that you don't want are hidden, and the one that you do want to export is unhidden. And then in here, yeah, it'll rename itself to the bottom layer, but this is that layer. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to remove rocks, paste the new rocks, and I'm just going to rename this rocks and go back to what we had. Okay, so now we should be done with World Creator for the time being, and we can finally go into Unreal Engine. Okay, would it be possible in the future to export splats with the different material names without guessing the numbers? Actually, yeah, that is a good point. Let me delete all of these in here, and I'll show you how I can do that. All right, so like I said before, in the future, you will have on each material layer, there'll be a way to export just that layer specifically. But for the time being, if you want to export, like I just showcased, just the one layer, just hide the other material layers that you don't want. In the splat map section here under the naming convention, just type rocks underscore. We honestly don't even need any of this other stuff. So you can name it right here, whatever you want. So rocks splat. Okay, and so if I go and export that in my documents folder, rocks splat. So you can rename them anything that you want. But if you do that with all of these enabled, the naming convention is going to be duplicate. I think what it needs to right here, the available placeholders, there needs to be one that's a hashtag, like a, if I can bring it up, like a hashtag layer name, something like that. That way, whatever this layer name is, it will export all of those individually, if that makes sense. So you don't have to guess the numbers if you can set it up that way. So I do know that this functionality for exporting and the different layers, and it'll work for filters as well, that's coming in a future update where you can say, hey, wherever this is being filtered, wherever this heat map is, well, that's a bad example. Do any of these, yeah, like this one. So this arid rocky, if I want to export the heat map or the splat map of what this red heat map is showing, I could do that. I will be able to do that. That function was there in World Creator 3, and they're working on implementing that here as well. But that's what I just showed you, polynomial. That's the workaround. Just hide which layer you don't want. Okay, splat map. And then I will call this one grass splat. I probably will just use these. And then here, grass splat. So let's just do that. Let's just delete the ones that we created before and then use those. Simple. Yeah, another hashtag would be, yeah. I don't know if there's some hidden hashtags that I don't know about that are part of this these naming conventions, but that's just what is listed here thus far. So we can probably get them to add another hashtag for name. I don't see why not. But wow, we have gone a long way thus far, and I thought we'd be further along by now. So let's get into spending the rest of our time in Unreal Engine, because I want to try and at least create the landscape for you, understanding real quick. Okay, what I'm going to do is, so in the other level, the one that we showcased all the bridge tools and sync tool stuff, I just used the environment light mixer, but I also have the ultimate ultra dynamic sky, and it's just sort of the ideal thing to use. It looks, it's already pre-set up for you. So whoopsie daisy. Well, I have zoomed way out. I didn't mean to do that, but the ultra dynamic sky is really good. I would consider using it if you know, it's a paid asset, but it's really good. All right, so now that we're zoomed back into reality here. Hey, Syndrome, welcome. Glad you're here. All right, so now that we're here, let's go ahead and create our next stuff. I'm going to create a new folder here and just call this the manual method. All right, so everything we're going to create is going to be in here. So to import the landscape, we're going to go to, obviously, the landscape mode, new, and so there's two things that we can do here. We can import from file. Be sure to enable edit layers. That's very important if you want to have materials that you can paint and be editable layers and sculpt new layers. Without that, you just have to re-enable it afterwards, but I would just go ahead and make sure that this is enabled. And here we can choose our height map. So let's go to live session, Icelandic landscape, and here's that .r16 file, which is very important. It's going to go ahead and pre-recognize our general shape, and it knows that it's 1009 by 1009. So at this point, we haven't made a landscape material yet, and we can do that here. So that's fine. We could do that before or after. It doesn't matter. But here's the big kicker is a lot of people had trouble with is scaling. So this Z scaling of this right now is 100. So what does that represent? Well, much like a 16-bit map, Unreal bases its height map ranges or its landscape ranges based off 16 bits. And it is minus 256 meters and positive 256 meters. So that's 512 units. Just like I said before, that 512 units is the range of a 16-bit grayscale texture. That ranges from the whitest white to the blackest black. So what we need to do is figure out the math that's the range. So let's go back to World Creator and let's click this GPU info right here. And it's going to tell us our min height and our max height. So if we bring up calculator, all right. So our max height, we're going to do 171.795 meters minus 75.97 meters. So 95.8 meters is the height range between the lowest point of the terrain and the highest point of the terrain. Okay, so next, what you have to think about is, I'm actually going to write this down so I don't lose it. Okay, next is we know that in Unreal, I just said that the total range of units is 512 units. So this 95.825 is based off that range. So what we need to do is see what how much this fits within that range. So divide this by 512, and then this is going to be our percentage. So this is 18.7%. If you want to go ahead and times this by 100, you can see that's the value there. So what we need to do is in Unreal, this 100 represents 100% of the scale range. That 100% represents that 512 units that I just mentioned. So what we need to do, our terrain is basically 18.72% in total range of that, of Unreal's max input range. So we just need to make sure this number is right here in our height range. You see it's dropped down a little bit. If you don't do that here, you can do that afterwards in the details panel over here. It's not a big deal. So our landscape is pretty shallow, but that's how we made it in World Creator. So we can click import. And once it does its thing, it'll be there. And remember that in World Creator first version, in the export section, there was a Z amount that would be able to put in. Yeah. So that's also coming to, hopefully coming to a new version. So that's what this game information right here is. Depending on which game engine you use, that math that I just did for you would be just are automatically presented right here in World Creator at some point. But yes, you're right, polynomial. That's the same thing, but it hasn't been put into the game engine information section here yet in World Creator. That's unfortunate. So, yeah, absolutely. But that's the general. But also, what I'm trying to showcase is even if you didn't use World Creator, if you had any height map or whatever, as long as you know the range of values, that's sort of the math. You just have to take that math and value it out in that way. If we didn't do what I just did, there is another way that we can do this, but I'm actually going to hide this landscape and show you an alternative to importing an object. And I'm actually going to do it by rescaling this. So let's put this at 2K this time. All right, so this landscape is at 2 kilometers. All right. So let's export this height map, raw, 16-bit, little Indian. Yes. All right, so we're going to export that. And go back to my documents because I'm going to show you something else that's interesting. All right, so this is the raw file that we just made with it being a 2 kilometer texture. So I'm going to rename it to an R16. Yes. Copy, and I'll just put that here. And nope, not that one. I'll rename it 2K so I know it's the bigger map. All right, so you guys saw that I just used a terrain sample. So it's 2 kilometers. It doesn't matter. But I'm just doing this as an example for you guys. So manage new. So let's say we don't do this from a height map file, hypothetically. And let's say that we still kept 1009 by 1009. All right, so let's import this. And it's going to be completely flat. All right, so we have a landscape here that is so we imported this landscape right here by doing importing the height map at the very beginning. For this landscape that's flat, we can import the height map for it after the fact. So we have to have this landscape selected in the landscape editor panel. So this is landscape 2. Go to manage, import. If you do import, you can check this checkbox here that says height map file, and you can choose that height map. So we're going to choose height map 2K, open. Now, when I do that, you can see it is expanding out to be beyond 2 kilometers. And you can see it's going to extend and clip right here. But what you can do, especially if you have a height map that's not exactly the right, dimensions of an Unreal Engine file, right here where it says import type, you can choose resample. So now what it's going to do is it's going to take whatever the resolution of the height map file that you've created, and it's going to shrink it down to fit the shape of the landscape that you've already created, and it's going to stamp that. So in essence, you can make a landscape to size in Unreal Engine, create a terrain in World Creator, whatever size you want, and it's going to resample that height map down. Now, it is going to lose some information because it's taking a 2K image and it's shrinking it down to be on a 1K element. So it's going to sort of retopologize going from 2K to 1K, but the information is still there. So if I click import, yes, we know it's going to, ignore this message. This is just saying that it could pad or clip. It would only pad or actually clip if you chose the original size here, but since we're resampling it, it's not going to pad or clip. It's just going to literally resample. And if we get out of landscape mode, you can see there's the landscape. Even though it is 1 kilometers in Unreal Engine, it's 2 kilometers in a World Creator. And if you want to increase that size, you can do the math to increase the X and Y scale factor of this landscape to be 2 kilometers. I mean, you are going to be stretching the mesh. The mesh itself is still going to be fixated, I believe, as a 1 kilometer mesh. So if you were to scale it up, it's going to make it, instead of 1 meter of precision, it'll essentially be 2 meters of precision. So just know about that. Yeah, it's a good tip because I think that way you don't feel stressed to have this exactly, perfect. You could, even if you did 1K, you like this, you can resample this. The splat maps are the same way. And that's what we're going to do now. So let's bring in our original landscape back, and let's just, can't delete that one yet because all of these are here. So I'm just going to delete the big landscape real quick. Okay, so we got our little landscape here. All right. I'm also interested in map tiler, as I usually have to use real data, but the max resolution that was you get is very low. I don't know about there's been some talks about the increase of, the map size for, or the resolution size for map tiler. And I really don't know. Is that here? Yeah. I really don't know if they're going to increase that anytime soon. There's been talks about doing that, but I'm not entirely sure when that's going to be. Yeah, I don't have a great answer for that one, other than I hope. All right. Yeah, it's basically, like you said, it's a cheat for the density. If you're in the US, you can get on the USGS website, and they've got really high quality in a lot of areas, 3 meter, sometimes 2 meter density levels that are really sharp. But that's, yeah. And sometimes 1 meter. If you're in a more heavily populated area, I think they can crunch it down to 1 meter. But yeah, that'd be great. If you want to post in Discord some proper steps to get higher quality map data, that would be great. And then you can use that map data in the stamp layers and World Creator, because that's how you would do that. I think the resolution is going to be enhanced, but I don't really know what they're going to do to enhance it. So it's TBD. One other thing I wanted to point out, and I'm going to reload this map in World Creator because I don't know if I've changed much. All right, so one thing to keep in mind in Unreal Engine is that it's where the anchor point, and I'm doing it again with my mouse or with my keys. All right, this anchor point for the whole landscape is technically dead center between the highest point up here and the lowest point down here. And you can see that when I get close, you can see sort of YouTube compression. Yeah, you see the grid here. The grid is way higher than the landscape. I know there is a certain value for how far under this grid you go. It's like a death cap. So if a character were to go down too far below this grid plane, they just automatically die unless you set it up for them not to die. But I'd like to refer as this grid plane as sea level. So if you have a sea, your materials where you paint the sea to be would be a good reference point to move this landscape actor up and down. But if you didn't want to do that, if you wanted to do math and you wanted this landscape anchor to be at the lowest point, or if you wanted the whole landscape to be just above where the grid plane is, we got to do some math. So again, in World Creator, under the calculator, let's do this again. So 171.795 minus 75.97. All right, so here's the full range of the landscape. So we're going to divide this in half. So 47.9125 is in meters. So we're going to times this by 100 so we can convert it to centimeters. So 4791.25. So I'm going to copy that, And in Unreal Engine, since I have the landscape actor selected, which has all the streaming proxies selected, this node here, this anchor, sits at exactly midway. So it's 95, meters above that plane. Or sorry, it's 95 meters between the lowest and the highest point. But if we were to take the location in the transform panel over here, plug in that number that I just copied, so 4,791, if we do that, then, I don't think I, oh, it didn't move. Did I not select the landscape? Whoa, it's not working for me. Hold on a minute. I don't know why it's not letting me enter the value. All right, well, regardless, we have to go up 4,791 units. So let's select the landscape and bring this up to close to that value. So 4,791. It's probably because I have snapping enabled. Hold on a minute. Nope. No comma. No comma? It's a decimal. Oh, wait a minute. Did I? Hold on a tick. Yeah, 4,709. Okay. Well, I was able to type it in, but whatever. The point is, you find the value, and wherever the lowest point is, which is probably somewhere over here. Nope, lowest point's right here. You can get it low. You can get it pretty close. So that's the math. If you want to, yeah, lowest point's right here where this water comes out at, or this crater, bottom point of the crater. You can see it, the grid lines right there. So, curse of the demo artist. I know, you do all these things, and it works perfectly when you're not live. Okay, let's get to the more fun part where we actually do the splat maps and all that stuff. All right, so I'm going to, in the manual method, I'm just going to right-click. You can do it here, or you can do it here to create a material. We're going to call this mm_landscape version 1. So this is going to be our master material. All right. So this is how we're going to sort of set everything up to be able to paste on the terrain. And I have everything mapped out, like I've already done all this, so I hope it translates over well. But first thing I'm going to do is showcase the splat map in nature. So I am going to just hit 3 and click on the keyboard to create a color. And let's set this color to be the dirt color, something like that. I'm going to hit 3 again. Set this to be the grass color. Something like that. Doesn't have to be perfect. And then let's make this one a little darker. And then the next color, it'll just be the rock color. Okay, so we have 3 different colors for 3 different landscapes. And what I'm going to do here is, with the master material attributes node selected, I'm going to click use material attributes. So everything is blended down to one thing, because what we're going to do is I'm going to right click and type in set material attributes. This is going to let me specify the different inputs that I want to use. So I definitely want to use the base color, and we'll go ahead and specify normal. We'll do ambient occlusion. Where is roughness? There it is, roughness. And the last one will be displacement. Yeah, you can change the pivot point of the location manually, but it wouldn't let me do that for landscape. I think that is for, you can do it temporarily, but if you want to do it permanently, the best method that I understand, because I'm trying to do, yeah, you're not going to save right now because you're going to take a while to save. The best way that I've understood to change the pivot location permanently is to go through the modeling mode. Yeah, like go into modeling mode, have an actor selected, and I think it's under X form. You can edit the pivot location, but it doesn't work with landscapes. Like this is still grayed out. Even if you select the different proxies, it just doesn't work. So unless I'm missing something, that's sort of what I understood. All right, so we have a set material attributes, and I'm just going to copy and paste this a couple times so that we can have this for each layer here. And so this is going to be our dirt layer, and I'm not going to worry about how pretty this looks. I'm just going to do it under the base understanding. So this is sort of the workflow that we had talked about before. You have the dirt layer here, which is material 1, the grass layer is material 2, and the rock layer is material 3. So we need to add a landscape layer to these and combine them with a blend attributes layer. So I'm going to do this. So blend material attributes. And I can take the outputting material attributes into A. And then for the grass, I can output into B. And what's going to drive, how do you know the how much grass is going to be populated versus how much dirt? And that's going to be driven by the splat map. But we need to make sure we add a landscape layer sample, and we can name this grass. And this sample is going to be driving the alpha. And we're going to get to this more deeply in just a minute. And we're going to do another blend of material attributes. So blend material attributes. So the output of this one's going to go into A. And this one, where it's going to be rocks, is going into B. Need to add another landscape layer sample. And we can name this rocks. So this layer is going to control where the placement of the rocks are into the alpha. And then the further output of that is going to go into the landscape. So in a nutshell, what this means is, and this is going to get way more complex, but what's being plugged into A is sort of the base value. What's being plugged into B is on top of A, but it's being controlled by this layer sample here that's going to have, in a second, a splat map attached to it. And so the output of this one goes into another one of the same thing. So this rock layer is seemingly on top of these two layers, but it's being controlled by this rocks sample. Now, you've probably seen a lot of different variations of landscape layers online. And it can honestly get confusing, but I do the landscape layers simply to showcase the fastest route. You could do what's called a landscape layer blend node. This is also very popular. So instead of these landscape layer samples, you can use a landscape layer blend node over here under this array element. Add 3 elements, and you can name each one of these. So this layer is soil. This layer is grass. And this layer is rocks. And this is seemingly the same thing. Instead of me outputting these material attributes into this blend material attributes and grass layer, you just output it directly into this one single node. So why choose this landscape layer blend node versus these landscape layer samples and blending them together? Well, for a couple reasons. One is, from my understanding, is if you do these individual landscape layer samples, you have a bit more control when it comes to procedural elements, especially with PCG and grass and rocks and all that stuff. And the landscape layer blend, although is very organized and understanding, it has a tendency to remove, like overwrite the information below it. So like the rocks layer, wherever it's applied to, will overwrite the information that the grass layer pumps in, and the grass layer will overwrite information that the soil pumps in. Does that make sense? And it's kind of hard to go back because you got to re-import everything. So we're just going to do it this method, because think about it in terms of, well, we have dirt. Dirt is the first layer and it's not going to change. We don't need a splat map for dirt. We don't even need any control over the dirt or the soil other than what the material is. And so all we really need is the grass and rocks to decide where it's going to be plugged in at. Can you do a layer like this for the seabed and beaches? Yeah, this is all the same aspects. So say instead of dirt in this case, if you had a seabed is the bottom layer, because it's, hierarchically, the sand on a seabed is going to be the first material. The next material after that is going to be dry sand. The next material on top of that will be some sort of vegetative material, and so on and so forth. So just think about the lowest point of your terrain and the highest point of your terrain and stack those materials hierarchically, and that's a good way of looking at it. So yeah, Kiwi, also nice to see some New Zealander here. It's been a while since I've seen you. Hope you're doing well. All right, so I think I'm not going to explain anything further here. All right, so this is at its absolute base value, and let me just add a 1 here. I pressed 1 on the keypad and clicked for a constant value because I'm just going to make this roughness super rough so that our landscape, when I do this, isn't super shiny right now for all these different layers. All right. All right, so we're going to apply this and save this and all that. So the hard part for me is getting the height slider to the set for the beach height. Are you talking about in World Creator or Unreal? Because if it's in World Creator, we can swing back around to that as well. All right, so here is the epitome of sort of how to get all this translated over. So with the landscape selected, we go to landscape mode. And just like before, where we re-imported a resampled version of this height map, I'm not going to do that here. We can do that for the landscape layers as well. But we need to assign, actually, we need to assign the landscape to this material. So the landscape material, let's open up. Let's choose M. Actually, what you can do, since it's right here, you can drag and drop it. I don't know why I'm searching for it. There we are. All right, so now the material that we just created is applied to the terrain. So now we can go to the landscape mode, and you can see right here these layers were selected. Typically, what you would do is you would apply these here, but we're still going to need to add layer information to these first. So right now there's no grass layer information, so we're going to create a layer. And here's where some people will choose weight blended layer as the normal. I'm going to choose non-weight blended layer for my layer information to be able to paint and stuff. The reason being is I'm going to go ahead and, nope, not that one. I'm going to go ahead and create that. The reason being is that choosing a non-weight blended layer means that it's all height based. And on top of that, if you choose a weight blended layer, which is the normal route that you see a lot of people do, what happens is it tends to, whatever's layer is below it it tends to remove that information and apply its information on top of itself in that particular location. So you lose all the data that was in the underlying layer that you could otherwise utilize in a more advanced sort of material setup and painting practice, if that makes sense. By us using a non-weight blended layer, it keeps all that information there. I guess it does cost a little bit more because it's storing more info, especially if it's a large landscape. You might not want to do that. But for this particular case, it's best if we just use the non-weight blended layer so that I can just keep all the texture information for each layer the same. All right, so now where do I want to put that? Let's put that in. Actually, let's make a folder for it. We'll call it layer info. Okay, so again, click the plus icon, non-weight blended layer, so we don't lose the information of the underlying layer, and then save it in there. Perfect. All right, it's painted that. And then create this layer info, non-weight blended layer, and we'll just call it rocks layer info. Perfect. All right, so now that we have this set up, we can go in under manage, and for grass, we'll just check these two check boxes so that you can tell it that you want to import something into that file. So for grass, we're going to select the splat map. So the grass splat map, click open. For the rock splat map, click that, click open. And now it should do some magic. So import, there we go. And we can get out of landscape mode real quick. So that is seemingly, and here I am with the dang key bindings again. Here is the entire, even though it's super bright right now, let me take this and make it pretty dark. It's just too bright. There we go. All right, so that's the general workflow of getting the terrain in there and the splat maps to associate themselves with the given textures. One thing I do want to mention, and I believe that's what I have talking about next. Yeah. All right, is painting. So say, and this is pretty darn important when it comes to non-destructive workflows. So for painting, I gotcha. This is cool punk rock I use, Aaron. Yeah, so I actually haven't. Hold on, I'm gonna hit cancel. I actually haven't checked out Aaron Photon's setup. That's actually I've seen it, but it's really cool. And I did not know that he used weight blends. There's nothing inherently wrong with weight blends. I mean, there's really nothing wrong with it. It's just a sort of a creative choice because of the underlying information. And we can cover this more here in a second. So those splat maps that we just imported were imported to this layer right here. Let's rename this layer to splat map layer. And this is why when we imported the landscape, we had to choose to have edit layers enabled, is so that we can have this functionality. So our splat maps were imported with the blueprint layer info. So all of these are landscape layer info blueprints that are associated to those particular splat maps. But say if we want to paint in or remove a piece of an area that we don't like, well, we don't want to do that to the splat map layer, because if we do that, we'll erase or add detail to the splat map that we've imported, and we'll seemingly need to re-import the splat map. So we're going to lock this. We don't want the splat map layer to be, an issue. If we were to right click, create a new layer, and let's rename this let's just call this layer add materials. So if we were to go over here and we wanted to add grass, so be sure you have the appropriate layer selected on where you want to paint. And we can just paint in where we want that to be. And so, and as well as rocks. So select rocks and paint that in where you want that to be. If you want to see, because right now grass is above rocks and rocks is below grass, because that's how it was set up here. You know, grass was created first in this sequence and rocks was created second in this sequence. So this sequence says that rocks are being painted on top of grass, which they are. And you can see that here. I am painting in the white rock layer on top of the grass layer. But this can be a little confusing. So if you would rather just grab these little these little dot icons here and move it down, you can rotate them. So it's less confusing for you in terms of painting. But you'll notice that as I'm painting this, or as I'm removing this, you'll see that there's some information that is still there. If I choose rocks and paint over here, and the rock information is gone, but all that other information is still there. Or if I choose grass here, I can't paint grass on top of these rocks because those rocks are on top of the grass layer, but I can add to it. So that's why we need to add another layer. Let's create another layer and move it down in the middle here. We're going to rename this called subtract. I'll just call it subtractive. So with the subtractive layer, we need to go ahead and select this subtractive blend icons here. What this is going to do is say that for this layer, it is going to remove the visible layer underneath. So for rocks, so I'm going to select rocks and I'm going to go ahead and paint. You can see it's removing the rock information that's below this layer. But you might think, well, you just said you don't want it to delete that information. You just locked that. Well, that's what this layer is for. It's a subtractive blend. If I were to hide this layer, see, all that splat map information is still there. It's part of the splat map layer. That information is locked because I quite literally locked it, so I didn't accidentally paint over it. But if I don't want some of this information here for a creative choice, just create a subtractive layer and make sure that these subtractive blend checkboxes are enabled. And I can go through and selectively choose that, hey, this area that I painted grass before, I don't want. So I'll go back to add materials and grass, and I can keep adding some more materials. But I don't want that rock there, so I'll go back to subtractive, select rocks, and remove the rocks in that zone. Same thing over here. If I like the rock layer, but I don't really want it on this particular plane, well, I can just remove it as part of the subtractive layer. But if I ever want it back, the splat map is still there. This is one of the benefits, I believe, to using a non-weight blended layer because it still keeps all that underlying information. I think if we used weight blended layers, if you didn't do this, it would remove it, but I'm not entirely sure. I guess one could mix and match the layer types too, especially making base for a layer you need to overwrite. Exactly. You can have any number of different layers here, and you can have different materials for different layers. These layers also work with sculpting. So instead of, we don't want the splat map layer to be affected because the splat map layer also has the height map layer assigned to it. And we don't want to affect the height map that we imported. If we do, we would have to go back to manage and then choose which layer we want that height map to be imported to. You can also, import different height maps or splat maps or whatever for other layers if you wanted to. Anyway, so we can go into the sculpt mode and we can increase and sculpt just like we did in the world creator pipeline for the additive materials zone, but it's still part of that layer and we didn't lose any of our height information, if that makes sense. So I'm going to actually clear the sculpt layer but I want to keep the paint layer. If I wanted to clear the paint layer, I can choose which paint layer I want to clear, like the grass. Or if I wanted to clear it all, I would just clear it all for that particular layer. So I'm going to go ahead and clear all for the subtractive layer and get all that information back. And we can just go on and continue for further terrain or further material creation. So in a nutshell, that's the process that we sort of teased in the beginning. We exported those different splat maps of the materials from World Creator and we imported them. Now this setup, this material graph setup can go of one of 100 different ways on how to set this up. But the process of getting the splat maps imported, creating the edit layers here, and understanding the difference between the subtractive and additive materials while keeping the splat map there. This is a full non-destructive workflow. That's the whole point. Is this the beginning of deadly scuffed golf game? Probably. You can make a golf course. All right, so now we're going to, and I think we have some time for this because this has gone on for a whole lot longer than I thought. I'd be well within the material creation process that I was going to do by now. All right, so let's, if I can read my outline, add the ground texture. Okay, so instead of this, let's add a texture sample. And we're going to choose RGB into the base color. Error, we don't know what it is, so let's do texture coordinates for the UVs. We don't have, and we can also do we can convert this to a parameter and call it texture size and do a multiply node so that we can multiply these together so that we can control the texture size. That's pretty common. Let's choose, I haven't downloaded any yet, but there's a default one that's just default ground texture. There we go. And 1-to-1, so let's roll with that. Apply and untitled. So if we zoom in, let's go to a grass location. Where's my grass? Oh, that's why. Default needs to be 1. Unless I chose the wrong one. Nope, that's right. Yeah, there we go. It's because I didn't give the parameter for 1. Why did this change? So texture size, we'll do that. So default, this way we can control the texture scaling. So right here, okay. This is sort of the very beginning process of importing this texture. And it's too yellow, so we can do a constant vector. Did it not work? Multiply node. Let's do this so that we can add a tint. And we can convert this to a parameter and call it tint. And I'll talk about parameters in a minute. White, and then we can make it just a smidge more green. There we go. All right, so that is one step to getting at least the texture applied via the base color. But you'll notice in here, there's one blaring obvious thing that is a big issue, is the texture is very repetitive. And this is the pipeline where there is a number of ways to remove the texture repetition. And actually, let me just double this texture size. Maybe make it a little bit bigger. And that's the wrong direction. Let's do 0.25. There we go. That's better. If you were way over time. No, I'm not way over time. I'm a little bit, I'm going pretty good. If you were way over time, maybe why I managed to catch the stream, but guess I'll have to go. Yeah, you can rewatch all of this for sure. The heart icon is moving. I haven't dove into errant landscapes. I'm trying to showcase how to make all of this stuff from scratch, so it's easy for you to not have to go and buy anything necessarily. So that's sort of the scope here, is like doing this stuff from scratch, but we can certainly look into that. But that's how traditionally like the masks are done with in the landscape mode panel. You import the splat maps and their locations, and then you can set up the edit layers so that you can do any extra painting or removing if you need to non-destructively. That's the whole point. So yeah, back where I was. So this scaling, one quick way that we can remove this scaling without diving into a rabbit hole of issues is with applying what's called a texture variation node. This node is quite incredible. So we're going to apply the UVs to the UV2 channel and the shifted UVs to the UVs channel for the texture sample. What this texture variation node does is it takes the UVs of the texture and it shifts them on the X and Y axis, and that change is dithered. It dithers the blend together. But what you'll want to do is this process, as you can hover over here, yeah, it says here, it is designed to use displacement maps, which you can input a height map right here to use a displacement map to create an intersection based on height, and then does a temporal dither. That's exactly what it does. This avoids needing to pass every texture to a randomized as a texture object, and instead of shifted UVs as the output. So we could do that, and you can see it looks a little different, but what you need to do is, since it's shifting the UVs, that means every texture with this is going to be a little bit different. You want it to control the mip maps, because the mip maps are, the further this texture goes down in distance, the more down in distance it goes in resolution. So you start out with, say, a 2K texture, and 100 meters it turns into a 1K texture, and 300 meters it turns into, a 512 or 256 resolution texture. So that's what mip maps are, but the texture variation node will work best for each texture sample if it controls the mip map instead of the texture sample controlling the mip map. It's a little bit more optimized, and it helps things scale a little bit more appropriately, especially since it's shifting the UVs, since the UVs are kind of what control that aspect. So what we need to do is, for each and every texture sample, just to really do this appropriately, for the mip map value mode, just change it to derivative, and it's going to expose a DDX and DDY for the X and Y. And at the end of the day, it's really just about connecting the dots. So all that to explain that this node here controls the mip maps for all the texture samples instead of the texture sample controlling the mip maps. So that's pretty simple. One thing I always do is, for the sampler source for each texture sample, is to turn it to shared wrap. That way you can increase the number of texture samples that you can use for a single material. I'm not sure what the number is, but it increases what you're able to control tenfold. So that's seemingly how we can, if I remove this out of the way, select these nodes, click C, and this is our grass layer. So if we go to apply, you can see that shift. So now the randomization of the texture is really hard to see any sort of repetition. It's not perfect. There's several different aspects to this node that you can use, and I plan on having a video dedicated talking about this particular node in general. But at its essence, this is sort of the main pipeline that you could use to do this. So now, let's see, where was I at? typically, one thing this helps with is, you've seen online the terms of macro and micro variations. Well, this is one other aspect of helping with those variations. And there's a lot of people out there that will show you how to do macro and micro texturing so that you don't see the textures repeating. You can do a different texture that zooms in, that shows the texture at its grand scale when the camera's far away. And when the camera's closer to the terrain, it will show a more fine-grained texture. So instead of going through the rigmarole of explaining all of that process, because it's sort of a rabbit hole into getting everything to look correctly, and there's several methods. If you want something just quick and dirty and easy, the texture variation node is the way to do it. And I think the results, there it goes, finally the tint updated. You can see the results kind of speak homes. It's not perfect, especially since if you have a texture that has a very prominent piece, or if you zoom out, you can see sort of the repetition this way. But at this scale, you're going to add another texture on top of all this to kind of blend it all together. And that's what the advanced session is going to be about. Can you replace the texture chord with a row position and do the sum with the layers height? Yeah, you can do a variation. This is just a simple version of that. You can do so many things with the world position offset. You can even change the world position offset in terms of, because that's what this texture variation node kind of does as well. It sort of randomizes how it's being positioned. But instead of the texture chord, you could do world position offset to do some things, but you still need something to drive the scale of the sample itself. Like if you want to do a world position offset for the whole material, just under the set material attributes, add another attribute and include the world position offset input. And then whatever world position offset stuff you do would still need to be piped into that, if that makes sense. So I'm going to delete that. All right. I hope that made sense. So I'm going to move forward and continue with making, let's see, import color normal. All right, so I'm going to take this a bit further. So landscapes are notorious for being like spaghetti traps. If I were to keep filling this in with all of its other textures. So let's just do that and I can showcase. So let's do texture sample and let's change its map to derivative and shared wrap as well. And we can copy this. Whoops. A few more times. So let's just show this in its worst possible case. When you go to adding more texture samples for various things. Do I have enough? Base, normal, ambient occlusion. If you had ambient occlusion, but we're not. So we're just going to skip that one. All right. So this one, we'll plug into normal. I know you don't have a normal. This one we'll delete. We'll plug into roughness and displacement. I know you don't have something. We're going to do a, what's it, normal, base flatten normal map for that one. Yep, I know I did. Yeah, there we go. All right, so I'm going to do wrong one. I'm going to connect all these dots. So this one, I'll do a white. No, I want the grad default white. We're just going to add a blank, blank white. So blank white, no. Which texture did I use? Working landscape layers, Functions. White square texture. Okay, that's what I used. Okay. White square texture. All right, this is just a filler, just to get something in there. So white square texture. All right, so we're going to shift all these UVs, and we're going to apply the DDX to all of these. Okay. And then if I want to have some control on the normals, I'm going to do a flatten normal node here. And this is going to allow me some procedural control. If I want the normal map to have a greater intensity than it is in its base value, this is how you do that. But the flatten normal is basically going to take whatever normal input you do and literally flatten it. So we need to make the flatten in reverse of what we're going to do. So let's add, a 1, and we can right click, convert to parameterize this. So normal intensity. And so if we did this as a default intensity of 1, that means that default of 1 is going to match whatever the texture of the normal is going to be. But this is saying 1 is flatness. So it's going to obviously make whatever the normal is completely flat because we're having a flatness control and it's 1. So we need to have a value that's less than 1. So all we need to do is maybe do what's the inverse. We need to take what the normal map is and enhance it or reduce it. So we need to add what's called a 1 minus node to here. So what this is going to do is this 1 value is going to go into this 1 minus node, and it's going to be in reversed. And so since it's going to be in reverse, that means the flatness is 0. So it's not going to have any contributing factor on the normal map. It's just going to be completely flat. If we were to take the default value down to, say, 0.5, then since we're establishing that it is less than 1, then the flatness is going to reduce the normalness by like 50%. Or if we were to say a default value of 2, then this node is going to be reversed and it's going to make the flatness even less. So it's going to then enhance the normal map to be in an intensity of 200%, if that makes sense. This is sort of the simplest workflow that I could understand to do that pipeline for changing the normal intensity. And so that's sort of a simple workflow to do that. So as you can see here, we have the grass texture that if we were to apply normal textures, a roughness texture, and a displacement texture can all be piped in and all be merged together. And you can say that I could do this same thing for the soil and for the rocks. But what does this do? It makes the whole thing a little bit more junked up. So what it's nice to do is just convert everything that we've done here into a material function. Now, material function is essentially, taking all this stuff and compiling it into a function graph or a separate graph that can be condensed down into one piece. So let's do that now. Let's go to where I had my layer info. So we're going to go to material and change or add a material function. We call this material function underscore landscape version 1 open. And so we have our output results right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to take all of this and we're going to cut it and we're going to paste it right here. We don't really need that. And then we can output the results. So then what this is, so this is all in its own graph. We hit apply and save. And in this graph, all we need to do is right click and do a material function call. So this, since we have material function landscape version 1 already up here, it knows that's the one that we want to do. But basically, this is the node. You find which material function you want to use, and then you pipe the results as if the graph was there to begin with. So instead of all the spaghetti noodles in your master material, all the noodles are in a function out to the side. It's not necessary, but it's sort of a little bit of a workflow pipeline that kind of helps you speed up the process. And you can create a material function for each and every material that you want, but I'm going to make this material function sort of the God tier version of the material function. And I'll show you how that is. But first, I'm going to show you a neat little element. Instead of all of these wires being in the way, let's do this. Let's break node links, but we'll reconnect this one. So let's take the shifted UVs, come out here and do what's called a named reroute declaration node. So do that, and let's name this shifted UVs. Okay, so now over here where we had the UV input, we'll pull out, and you can see right here the top one that says named reroutes, so shifted UVs. So what this does, this named reroute is really cool. Let me plug that back in there. This named reroute is really cool because it can clean up your graphs. Instead of having these node spaghetti lines populating your full screen, you can use a named reroute to sort of break the link, and you can have it jump the gap, so to speak. So we're going to do this for these other ones. So we'll do a named reroute. We'll do it DDX. Here we'll do a named reroute DDY. And over here, we'll do a named reroute DDX and named reroute DDY. Oh no, it crashed. Oh no. Well, I hope that it at least saved what I just did. And it did not. Okay. For the sake of time, I obviously didn't save what I was doing, but for the sake of time, we're going to save those extra steps for another session because I want to kind of touch on some procedural elements real quick. So for the content browser, where was I at? Manual. Tutorial. Now, okay. Bridge method. Wow, did it not save? Wow. Okay. I don't even think, wow, I went so long without making a dang. Let's just redo all this. I went so long without saving the level. Wow, I can't believe it. I can't believe that. All right, we'll just quickly do, at least it saved the level. So we'll quickly, nope, not that one. We'll quickly redo the level. MM_landscape version 1. And I don't even remember this math, but I think it was 95 something, or no, shoot. Oh boy. I'm going to do this as fast as I can because I really want to showcase some PCG stuff. And we've been going on way longer than we're not nearly as far along as I wanted to be. All right, divided by 512. Wow, okay. I swore I thought I saved that level, but I guess not. Oh, it's some things happen and some things don't. So this will import here in just a second. Oh, there it goes. All right, before I do anything, I'm going to save current level. I swore I thought live session manual. I guess I didn't. This is definitely a part that with recording, I'm going to have to clip out. I can't believe I didn't save the level, but that's okay. This will just show how a good example of how you always have to save your work periodically. And I did save all, but I never did save the level name to a location. I think that was my problem. All right, so this landscape has, yeah, that one installed. Landscape mode, manage, import, this layer doesn't have, oh yeah. Wow, we're doing all grass layer info. Wait, working, nope, we're gonna browse assets. Manual. Oh, I didn't even save the manual stuff. What in the world? I know I saved all that stuff. Okay. Fix it in post. You know, if only it were so easy. Grass, rocks. This is just a testament of how quick you can do this. Yeah. Save all. I am not going to mess up. How you doing, man chicken? It's nice to see you here. So I apologize for the weird delay there, but I was not anticipating a crash midstream. Oh, and there's one aspect I need to fix too. All right, so did it even save material function? All right, so it did save a material function. Okay, we're not completely out of the loop. There is one thing I did want to say for this roughness map. Instead of RGB, use the R channel because it's a single channel, and for the same thing for displacement, use the R channel because we're only using one channel of that node. That's why it comes in correctly now. Apply, save, and all right, so we weren't completely lost. So we're just going to remove that. Material function call. It knows to do that one. Results. Yay, it worked that time. Apply. Save all. Hey, James. That's my first name. All right. So, all right, we're back in business. Nothing happened. I'm going to fix it in post. Actually, another thing I have to fix is the landscape height. I remember was what, 4791? Yeah, it actually let me type it in this time. Another thing I'm gonna have to fix in post, something that Man Chicken has taught me very well to do. If it doesn't work once, just fix it in post. Okay, we are back on track. So the one thing that we didn't get saved was the name reroutes, but that's okay. Break all pins. Seriously. Apparently the pins are a factor. All right, I'm not going to worry about the pins. Yeah. I just don't know why. At least it saved all my stuff. Hopefully. Let's see. Manual map. There we go. Oh gosh. All right. It just didn't like the pins. All right, we're not going to mess with the routes here. I'll show you here the one that I created in the past because I have the bridge method, the landscape layer method that I did. So here is the material function graph that I made before to kind of explain the process without destroying it. Shifted UVs, DDX, DDY with those named reroutes going into their respective locations. That's essentially what I was trying to make without, look how much cleaner this is. So copy this, not this, but we are going to turn this into the same thing this function is. So we need to create, and how did I do that? Yes. So we're going to create an input for each one of these pieces. So let's do input, a function input right here, and let's make it the preview its tint here. So we're doing, and I think I've called it that too. Yeah, color tint. So we can rename this. Input name is color tint. So this what I'm about to do here is so that this material function can be used procedurally, or not procedurally, but more efficiently with any material texture that I apply to it. So let's do that again. So input function. So instead of the texture here supplying the texture, or the texture sample supplying the texture, we're going to supply the texture through an input vector. So we're going to plug this into the texture. It needs to be a float 3. So what this input needs to be is yes, and I think that's what it is. Oh, texture core. Yeah. So this input function, we need to do a texture object. Plug into there, texture to input. Wow, okay, I am input type function. Oh, that's what it is. So I mistakenly forgot to describe what type of function this is. So right now you see in parentheses, it's a vector 3 function. Over here under input type, I need to choose function type as input texture 2D. So that in the material, master material, when this function is let me apply and save. You see right here, this function that says in 2D, that corresponds to this one right here in 2D. But we're going to call this texture, or sorry, color, and we're going to input that into the texture. This preview is going to want a something plugged into it. All right, here it says missing preview connection for function input color. Yeah. So what this requires is a texture object. And we can say this texture object, yeah, the default texture is fine. Plug that into here. And the reason why we want to do that is if I want to go to apply in here. Sorry. Apply and save. All right, so I don't know why it's let's delete it and material function call. There it is. Wait, that's the wrong one. Material function call version 1. There it is. So right here you see it's color tint. That way we can do a texture sample. We can convert to a parameter and call this grass color. And this parameter will go into float 3. Oh, that's not right. Oh my goodness. Now I have to go back and figure out exactly what I did because I don't do this much. Yeah, convert. Oh, is it because it's a color 2D? I haven't finished out the spectrum yet. This is obviously going really well. All right, well, let's finish our function graph here. If we were to copy this down a few times, but we call this one normal. We call this one roughness. And we call this one displacement. All right, we should have all of those in line. And I want to double check to make sure these are all shared wrap. So apply, continue, and then we'll do a material function call again. And we'll do a material function landscape version 1. There we go. All right, so we know it's missing. That's because it needs texture samples to plug into. So much like this one that I set up, so param, yeah, so that's what I have. So texture sample, and I can't type. Texture sample, color flow. What? This is wonderful, guys. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, hold on a minute. I really don't know what happened. Okay. Well, for the sake of time, because I'm going to have to dive into that, I'm really not sure what was happening there. I'm going to open up my testing grounds map because that's what it actually worked. The map that actually worked for me. Because I do want to quickly showcase a few things real fast. And I think we may have to save the PCG stuff for another time. Because I'm not sure why that is doing what it's doing. And it's kind of frustrating. All right, so here is the map that I made previously as to test all this stuff out. And so what I did was, I set up the material function. And I did the master material just like we did before, but I have these material functions graphed for the different layers. So the dirt layer, the rock layer, the grass layer. Here's that material function that worked for me before, and I did all the same parameters as before. So texture 2D, input texture 2D, worked before into the texture sample. And so everything piped in correctly as before. I'm not sure why it wasn't now. Even this texture, everything seemed fine. But I'm running out of time, so I didn't want to take up too much of y'all's time. But seemingly that's the pipeline. And this is fed into these nodes, this material function node here. And that is being exported into this direct dirt material layer, which is like we've discussed before, the named reroute, and that is going into these. So I've got the rock material, the grass material. This is interesting. So this, if I do landscape grass output, that will let us do some procedural grass on the terrain. Right now I've got it set up as these little cubes. Oh, thank you. Right now I have it set up as these cubes. So what we had to do here was we had to create a, wherever it's at, the working landscape grass. So we had to do right click and we had to go down to foliage and landscape grass type. That's what this is. So a landscape grass type, it's just sort of the procedural sort of method of applying grass or small rocks or pebbles or sticks and shrubs and things like that to the landscape without having to manually paint it. So we have to create a landscape grass type and choose what the grass mesh is. Right here, I just set it as a cylinder just to get the point across and scaled the X up to 10. We can save that. So here in the landscape grass node, we select that said landscape grass actor that we've selected. And since by plugging in or pulling from the landscape layer sample that's applied to grass into the landscape grass layer, anywhere on the landscape where a grass pixel is showing, you'll see that a grass will be populated. We're going to definitely be covering more so on procedural elements like this in the next session when I can get that dang blasted material function working correctly. But the last thing that I really wanted to showcase was a quick pipe into some PCG, if you guys are up for it. Also, instead of what this material function does is it lets me use it for any landscape material. So I could seemingly right here for dirt, rock, and grass, I can copy this down to have 3 more materials or more materials. And it's the same node that I'm having a parameter texture plug into. If I had, typically what you do is on the master material that is set up is you right click and create a material instance. That material instance looks like this. And you see we have the dirt layer, the rock layer, and the grass layer that are associated to these comment boxes. Each one of these parameters is assigned to that group. So I've assigned groups for each of these different parameters. So this dirt color is assigned to that group. This rock color is assigned to the rock layer group. And that's corresponding to these groups right here. And so what this does is if you have a bigger team, or if you're wanting to swap materials in and out, you can just swap the materials right here. So dirt color, I want to use a different texture. Rock color, I want to use a different texture, so on and so forth. You don't have to use a material instance. It's just giving you a little bit more creative control when it comes to adjusting things on the fly. But seemingly the process is how we showcased it in the very beginning. You have different textures that you are pretty much sampling with the landscape layer sample that are like this being plugged into, if I can go up, not down, plugged into the landscape. The first procedural element is the grass stuff, like I said. So anywhere if I go to up here where there's rocks, there's no grass being painted so much on these rocks. So you can see this little cylinder here. But anywhere where there is grass, there would be, or anywhere there's a white pixel based on that splat map that's being driven by the landscape layer that's driving into the landscape grass node here, it will drive where these these blades or groups of grass are going to go. The next thing I want to showcase is real quick is a quick PCG graph and understanding that. It's a job and training beginner. It's really very interesting channel. Oh, thank you very much. So PCG, think about it as the landscape has several points that are placed all over the landscape. And similar to how Houdini does it. And from those points, we can sample which points we want to be filtered out for different things, whether it's slope or color or vice versa. So let's go to, I already have a PCG starter graph here, but I'm going to create a new one. And you have to make sure PCG is enabled under the plugins, under PCG. Be sure that the PCG content framework and the geometry script is enabled. If not, it'll just restart the engine. You got a vouch copy. I gotcha. So PCG graph, we're going to call this PCG second graph, no spaces. All right, so then we're going to take this graph and we're going to drag it into the world, somewhere into the world, right over here. Okay, from this graph, actually, I'm going to scale it up and down. All right, so we're going to open this up. And from this PCG graph, there is an input and an output. Input is where all of your point sources or any objects that you're trying to source to come into to display all of the points along that mesh. We have a landscape one, which is very handy, but if you have some other actor or object, you can display procedural points on any static mesh object. And so this is where it's going to be really powerful, something that everyone is going to have PCG in their projects. It almost seems like a must. We're not going to worry about output right now. Output is really for putting PCG graphs within another PCG graph. So you can output this graph into another graph, and any sort of parameters that you have within this graph can be accessed in another graph. So we're just going to put that over here. All right, so the first thing I want to do is I want to grab this landscape here, and then I'm going to do a surface sampler. What this is going to do is it's going to generate points all over the surface of the landscape. And we can, over here in these settings, we can change the density of those said points. So let's do points per square meter at, say, 0.025. There we go. All right, so now that we have this here, how do we see those points? So there's a debugging function. If you press D, there's a little icon here that lets you see the points on the graph. Before you do that, you have to go up here to this drop-down menu where it says no debug object is selected. You have to select this particular graph. It's just a step that you have to take, and we can go to testing grounds. All right, so you can see here is the array. Let me, let's keep that. All these squares happen to be the surface sampler. If we want to increase this even more, let's do 0.1. Let's do 0.25. There. And that did not. Oh, sorry, I reduced it. I meant 0.1. Yeah, I went backwards in density. My bad. All right, so here you can see all these points on the graph. So anything that's a white point means that whatever object or thing that we place there will be more than likely to be placed there. If it's a black spot, then it'll be less likely to receive a said object. So, and we can change these values. So say if we wanted the size to be slightly smaller, we can see those size of the points slightly smaller. And so I'm going to go back here and also do maybe 0.25 for the density. There we go. So now what can we do with this? Well, this is interesting because each one of these points is being adhered to this specific landscape. If I move this graph, you can see they shift. If I move it over here, you see they shift. But if I move this up where out of this volume, there's no points being displayed because the volume is cropping out of the landscape. So we're going to put this back over here. Whoops. Let's push it closer into the landscape. And let's scale it out a bit. So we have a lot to work with here. Okay, so points, there we go. Zoom around here. All right, so now what can we do with these points? So let's transform them a little bit, because right now, as you can see, all these points are pretty orthogonal. There's no variation to that. So without, we can do transform points, and we can add some variation to them. So let's say rotation, the max is 360. So we debug this, press D to debug this one, and you can see they've all shifted. You can debug more than one at a time, and it'll show you the points for all of the nodes that you have selected, which is handy because you can debug each individual segment of your graph. So transform points, you can see we've rotated a bit, and we can even do scale some if you want, have some variations. So how about scale of 2, min and max? That's a bit much. Let's go back and let's have a min value of 0.5 for that. There we go. So we have some variation of some big, some small. So the sampler is basically like noise. Well, sampler is basically, so the surface sampler is extracting the data, extracting the points off of the landscape or off of the object. And you are basically telling it at what density you want those samples to be. So imagine these samples being super dense across the entire terrain, being really, really dense. The surface sampler is basically filtering out all of the points that are generated on the landscape, or at least on that landscape within that zone. And the surface sampler is, I don't like to use the word filtering, but it is sampling those sources and sort of piping them in a different way. In other terms, it is basically like noise. And so transform points takes, those points and moves them around. So what can we do with these points? Like, what's the point? No pun intended. So let's go out and do static mesh spawner. So within this static mesh spawner, if we go up to mesh entries, click the plus icon, go to this index descriptor, and let's choose a static mesh. I'm going to choose something that's simple like PCG tree that's already in here, which is pretty nifty. All right, so we're going to undebug this and then go back to testing grounds. So now we have a tree everywhere that those points were. We can see that if we debug the transform points everywhere where there's a transform, or everywhere where there's a point, this tree is being populated at. And so that's one way that we can quickly add a ton of trees. Now, if I can get used to my controls here. Now, say we want all these trees to go to just the grass. Well, we can do that. Oh, sorry, you can restrict height also, right? Yeah, there's several sort of procedural restrictions that you can go through. But I'll probably have to save all of the slope and height and all that stuff for another time, because I'm quickly running out of time. But you can, with this volume here, you can say, well, I don't want trees to go any higher than this. You could just lower this over here and say, I don't want trees to go. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can control where the trees are going to go. If you don't want them any higher than this, you could just say the graph is going to control that. Though there is procedural methods to controlling that graph. Okay, but let's tell it where to place these trees based on the landscape layers. If we were to press A while selecting a graph, we have, which is the, I think, what was this called? It's sort of the analyze. Yeah, showcase attributes. So you press A to showcase the attributes of this node. One piece of information is over here on the right. So I have several other biomes in this project file like biome 2, biome 1 that we're not going to get to, but we can see that it knows that there is parts of this sample that is being pasted on grass and parts of this sample that are being pasted on the rock layer. So we can utilize that. Yeah, you can. Well, here's where I'm going to get to that, Kiwi. So say you have the sand as one material layer and you have your tropical grass as one material layer. We're going to access that right here. This is exactly what you have to do. If I can read my notes. All right, so we're going to add a multiply node here, doing some math. And this multiply node, if we take these transform points and plug it into A, we can say, all right, so the input source, we want that input source to be the density. So we want to source the density of the points that are coming out of the transform points. But we want to filter those points via source number 2. So we're just going to pipe in source number 2 again, but we want input source to not be coming from the points and not coming from the surface sampler. It's actually coming from this landscape node. So the landscape layers that we made in the master material get piped through this node, through, and they come into what we're going to make is the input B. So the input B, let's hit the plus icon, and it's probably not there, but if we type in grass, which is, you can see right here, the grass layer is how we've named that. So if you type in grass and then the output into there, and one quick word of note is, unlike material graphs for some things, you can have multiple inputs and multiple inputs in the PCG graph. So I'm just going to break the length to the transform points. And I don't think I did anything else aside from that. Okay, so let's save this and go see what happened. And it's not, oh, I forgot. There's one other thing you have to do here is the output target is density, I think. Oh my gosh, why? Passed on grassland and output the results. New density. These points will be. Okay, let's do this. Oh yeah, hold on. Density grass multiply. Density grass density. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, so right now the grass is sort of, you can see that it's doing this because the grass is, if I were to disconnect this length and debug this, you can see even when I drag this over here, it's being sampled where grass is not supposed to be. It's because the grass is sort of bleeding off over into this area. So we need to do a density filter. So density remap. So that's what, if I do this here, let me break all pins here, density remap. And so we want, instead of there being so many different variations here, we want all of it to be either like closer to 0 or 1. So we want to remap it actually. Break this link. So we want to control the range in to be something like 0.5. Yeah, so 0.5. So you can see all of these are at 0.5. They're pretty much black. And as I get closer, you see how white is starting to be remapped in that area. Oh, and so if I do the static mesh spawner, actually output range. Sorry, in output range. There we go. Not the in, but the output range. There we go. Oh no, hold on. In range output. Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking for an outlet. Oh yeah, we're doing that. So pass through filter. I'm sure I did all that right. One problem is I have multiple grass. Yeah. One problem is I have some layer mess ups here. Let's unhide this one. This is the graph that I made that kind of exemplifies this the best. So, and I'll just go over this graph. So here's the graph that I made before. So what's happening is the surface sampler comes in the transform points like before. We source the grass landscape layer based on density. And we filter the, oh, it's a density filter. Yeah, that's what it was. Why did I, not density remap. Density filter. And that's what's the lower bounds. Yeah, there we go. Ha ha ha. This is what happens when you try to get things figured out. All right, so the density filter takes the range from 0 to 1, which is these. And even though this box is black, it's still going to produce an object. So that's why we're going to just increase the lower bounds. And it's going to make sure that it tightens up. It sort of remaps it to closer to where the grass landscape layer is being, made. And so if we plug that into the static mesh, we can see now, if I undo the debug, we can see now all these trees are now basically going where just the landscape layer is. If I move this around, so to answer your question, Kiwi, if you did this, you can see now that if you assign, there we go. If you assign the trees in this graph by this math multiply node, so the input source to whatever layer that you're wanting to be the tropical trees, it'll filter out just like this. And so this is a good example. You can also source each of these trees and have things like shrubs or rocks and twigs piped around the tree, and that's seemingly what this graph is. So we did all that, but we surfaced the landscape with the surface sampler again, just like before. But we basically want to surface the sample, but we want those samples to be white or black, depending on how close they are to one of these trees. So that's what this distance node is. This distance node says that the source is coming from the surface sampler, but the target is coming from the source is coming from, all the surface sampler. The target's coming from the nodes that are the points that are making all the trees. And if we were to filter that out by set density based on a max distance of, I've got here by, I think, 10 centimeters. And then we go through some more density remaps for changing black to white and white to black, filter that out again, do some transform points so that there's some variation to those stones. And I added a boulder for the static mesh spawner. That's where we're getting all these boulders at. So if I were to, let's see, break this link. So surface sampler, I'm going to debug this. You can see here's all the tiny little samples for this particular volume's surface. and I am piping that into a distance node. And that distance node, you can see, if I were to, let me increase these samples to 3 per square meter. Okay. This lets you see it much, much better. All right, so we take the surface sampler and we're doing it based off of a distance. So we're grabbing the nodes that were from this density filter from the first line. So if I do this node as well, you can see this box is the source. Or yeah, no, is the target that we're referencing. And all of these tiny boxes is the source. So we're saying that we want all of these tiny ones to be referenced at a set distance of 10 centimeters, or 10 centimeters around this particular point. But to place this, we don't want borders to be placed on the white. We want them to be placed on the black dots. So what we do is we do a density remap where we say the in range is 0 to 1, but we want the out range to be 1 to 0. We're just inverting those values. And then we're doing a density filter again to tighten it up so it's closer around the trees. And that's why we do transform points to randomize those points. So there's a little bit of curvature there. And then we spawn whatever mesh we want. And that shows boulders around a tree, but we need to make sure the surface sampler is back to what it was. And there we go. We're going to cover PCG a lot further in another video, but in essence, that's sort of the pipeline that I had planned to discuss today. I did not mean to go into some of the unfortunate issues with the landscape disappearing and the material functions not working the way I wanted to, despite it working to me before. But so this was the material function that I set up before. In essence, all this to say, the main point of the whole stream was just to show you guys how to import stuff from World Creator via splat maps and how to set up a basic material master material for the different layers that you can use and how to understand the different landscape materials. So with that, I think I'm now close to 3 hours and 50 minutes in, way longer than I had intended on going. So if there's any final questions, let me know and I would be more than happy to answer those. I'll leave you guys going for a few minutes, but I don't have anything further today yet to discuss. We're definitely going to have other streams that kind of break down things even further, and I'm going to figure out exactly why the heck that texture function input texture 2D did not work for me before, and I do not know why. I'm just super curious, but you guys let me know if Kiwi, is there anything else that you guys can think of? If not, we'll end it here in just a couple minutes. All right, guys. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me. This is a very first of trying to do this process. We'll definitely be a little bit more fine-tuned going forward later on. But yeah, probably saved for, oh, I see, here we go. Probably saved for the PCG stream. But how do you keep the static meshes from adhering to the landscape slope and make them point up? Oh, yeah. Yeah, here we go. So let's do that with, I can do that real quick. PCG starter graph. let's exit these so that we can see it. Okay. Right here, I don't have them all going up, but in the transform, in the first transform points, if you do this absolute rotation, I'm going to uncheck this, and you'll see all of these trees are now pointed basically directionally with the landscape. If you do absolute rotation, it's going to make all of those points be straight up. But what I have is, let me do this. Now they're all straight up, but I'm adding some variation. So there's a little bit of variation to how these trees are being positioned by rotating the max. So the min could be straight up, but the max could be something like, let's see, 12. You see how it adds some variation to the verticality of the trees? Why do I keep going that direction? So that's how I did it before, was you just use this transform points. And I would definitely you can even mess with this quite a bit. You can even offset them. Say I want them to be sometimes a little bit higher, but that's not high enough. As always, I make an island, so masking is key to get seabeds without trees. Yeah, so this is what I would do. I would do the PCG graph over your island, and with the math multiply node for the input source 2, set that to be whatever the material is that you're wanting those trees or bushes to be applied to, and go from there. Also, just like with the grass texture, here you see how it's more dense where there's grass for these cylinders, and it's less dense where there's no grass. You can do that too. Just don't have any shrubs or grass pasted to your sand, and do it all in the material graph. The thing with this landscape grass node for that is that anything you pipe into this in terms of this landscape grass sample is that there's no collision to it. So things like grass or twigs, there's no collision to it, but things that you use the PCG graph for would have collision with it. That's why using the landscape grass node in your master material is really good for grass, because it automatically does it across the whole landscape where you want it, and then there's no issues with collision. However, if you don't want it there, let's go to landscape, select this landscape paint, subtractive, and brush size. Just remove some grass with the subtractive layer, and you removed grass. Or paint it back with the additive layer, paint it back in. So you can see those little cylinders added really fast. So that's one way. Another way you can do it for those small things. Can't type fast enough. Thanks. I'm real new to UE Pro and Juno, so lots to learn. Yeah, Sonnet First Class. There's a whole lot to learn with Unreal, and I don't know if I really did it that much justice with making it any simpler, but I tried. Like I said, I'm going to be breaking this down into further segments, and we'll be doing this a whole lot more for future streams. We'll go through the process really fast to kind of streamline it. But those master materials, like I've set up here, are sort of like the gold mine for what I would set them up as. And it's quite simple. Sick. I was messing around with PCG a couple months ago and can never figure it out. Missed that setting. That helps a bunch. Yeah, I honestly would not have known that some of this stuff if it wasn't for some of the Unreal Engine Fest's sort of PCG walkthroughs. There's a really good introduction to PCG that talks about putting some stuff on top of a house. That's really handy. Getting the seabed landscape layer height without having to hand paint it is what I'm finding hard. I can't do all that. Chat with me in Discord about that, Kiwi, and I can try and step by step help you out. In the meantime, guys, I really appreciate it. with everything. So I'm going to have to run. This is a really good first stab at live stream sort of training sessions. And we're definitely going to hopefully refine everything. But the whole scope of this live stream today that I hope you got an understanding was World Creator to Unreal Engine, how to set up the landscape layers with the splat maps. That's the sort of, and how to scale your landscape properly with the Z-axis height and all that. That is sort of the cream of the crop of why I wanted to do this stream today, because it seemed like a lot of people were having problems with that. The stuff like I was struggling with showcasing live with the materials or this PCG stuff, that's all bonus material. And I had so much more bonus stuff I wanted to show you that just couldn't. So anyway, thank you guys so much, and I will see you on the next one.